It's showtime. Hello, good evening and welcome. It's Monday. Yes, it is Monday. It's the 29th of June. Half of the year is almost gone already. It's Glastonbury weekend just passed. This is episode 25 of the 23 podcast show. And tonight I'm joined by Matthew Hickman. How are you, Matthew?
I'm good. How are you doing? You all right?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm very well. As is usually par for the course, Matthew is in an amazing band called Brownbear. Or do you synonymously pronounce it Brownbear? Or sorry, alternatively pronounce it Brownbear?
Honestly, we just let people say what they like. Brownbear. I don't know.
Just go with it.
It's kind of worked out well though, because like when you put Brownbear in, if you put it a hashtag, it's essentially just our stuff that comes up. So that's I think why we've kept it, because Brownbear is a bit generic in it. Like anyone could.
Yeah,
just get pictures of bears and all that. So
pictures of brown bears. Big Gentle Ben. Do you remember Gentle Ben?
Nah.
I maybe show my age here. Gentle Ben was a kids program, well targeted at kids anyway. It's kind of like out around about the same time as like the Waltons and stuff like that. Like really sort of like shite American 50s TV that was regurgitated over here on the old council telly channels.
Right, okay.
So there was a wee guy and he just had a big massive pet brown bear called Ben, and they just decided that it would be called Gentle Ben. But I can't say this is true, but it probably have had like a really sad ending where Ben off camera just got really pissed off with somebody and just swiped a guy's face off or something with a cameraman.
Hopefully not.
I'm not saying that happened, but you know, like sometimes these things do. You should be having these animals. They're not there to be actors.
I agree. They're not there to perform for you, are they?
Correct. Just leave them out in the wild where they should be.
Where they belong.
Exactly. Give us a wee shout in the comments. Let us know who you are, where you're tuning in from, what have you been up to today. If you're a regular viewer of the show, we've had a wee break. Again, I've had another wee break due to my unemployment. Apologise to the people whose shows I had to cancel just in the aftermath of the maddest week of my life, which we can maybe talk about a little bit later. But it's at this stage anyway of the show that you'll know that we have to just quickly share the live link. So if you've joined us, feel free to start one of those watch parties on your own page, share it on your timeline and other pages that you manage. Bring more people into the 23 universe. Have a great chat with Matthew. Maybe get some live music from him. We'll be watching some Brownbear videos. So Matthew, just to talk you through what you need to do, if you go into the 23 universe page.
I'm there. Right, I'm ready.
And if you turn the volume down on your mobile, because you might have that sort of come through on an echo. And then the top post should just be the live one with us just now.
Okay, I'm trying to get this to share.
And I'll do the same. So I will give it a share on my timeline and in the event. So if you can just bear with us just now.
I think that's on my time. I'm going to try now and be adventurous and share it to Brownbear's timeline.
Let's do it.
Let's see if it'll work.
Let's do it. We're all learning something new today.
This is technology at its finest.
Yes, technology is great when it works.
Yeah, well, I think I've shared it now on my page and Brownbear's page, hopefully successfully.
Brilliant. I'm nearly there. Just bear with me.
I haven't got a watch party together because I don't have the app. You see.
I actually don't. I'll hold my hands up. I don't know how to start a watch party.
If you got the Facebook app, it lets you do it.
Is it on your phone? So it's like a phone-based app as well, was it?
Yeah, I don't have the app, so I can't do it. But if you've got the phone-based app, you can start a watch party when you look at a video.
Right, I got you. Nearly there, mate. Nearly there. Right, that's me shared it on my personal timeline. Thank you for bearing with us, people. Seen the numbers take a wee jump up there. And lastly, I will just give it a share in the event that was created earlier, which is happening now. Yes, I know it's happening now. So tell us what you've been up to today then, Matthew.
Today I was working on the music scoring for a short film. It's my first time doing it as well, so I'm just trying my best to learn the process and get creative. So it's nice just sitting with the keys and with different sounds, just doing that. So it was a nice change, and it's definitely like what you need when it's lockdown, don't you? You're getting a bit, every day seems to drag into the same day, and it's definitely nice to do something different.
There's a, well, talking of film scores, and just what a perfect segue. One of my favourite Nine Inch Nails songs is "Every Day Is Exactly the Same," which Trent wrote many years ago. Might be on the album The Fragile Left and Right, so that was probably in the 90s. But certainly we've all been experiencing "Every Day Is Always the Same." I think I was maybe 17 weeks on lockdown now. I've lost count. But see, when you're talking about writing film scores, Trent Reznor and his songwriting partner Atticus Ross, when Nine Inch Nails stopped touring, he wanted to stop touring, to start a family, spend more time at home with his wife, and write movie soundtracks. And the first one they did, they won a Grammy for The Social Network.
Right, amazing.
I'll send you some stuff after this, but if you're not familiar with the movie soundtrack work of Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, definitely worth checking out. Johnny Greenwood from Radiohead is also another amazing. He was rumoured that he should have won the Oscar for, do you remember the Daniel Defoe film, There Will Be Blood?
Yeah.
About the oil barons. And that, I think that was Johnny Greenwood's first film score, but apparently within the Oscars there's this quite elitist thing where if you're nominated for the first time for something, particularly in the film score category, it's like an unwritten rule that you can't win it, even though everybody agreed that Johnny Greenwood, he's in Radiohead, one of the most successful and most respected rock bands in the world, still the old boys club of the Oscars.
Set the world round, is it? How it goes.
Aye. Who have we got in the comments here? Barry's got some pictures of Harold. Welcome from Harold. Hello, Barry. Hello, Harold. Shazza, hope you know I switched off from Marks. Thank you, Shazza. Shazza up in Glenrothes.
Nice.
Yeah, I was on Mark McGee's earlier, so we've kind of got like just a wee bit of an overlapping. Mark McGee's got his brilliant You Call That Radio podcast, which starts at 7:00. And this evening he's got on Dougie O'Neill from the frontman with Mickey Nines, and Dougie's also got his new solo project called Killer Whale that he's launched. So I think they're still chatting away, so I had to jump out obviously for this. But thank you, Shazza, for coming over. This is Matthew from Brownbear, and we're going to hear about a wee bit more. So tell us, what's the storyboard of the film then? Where's your creative process been taking you with it?
I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to talk about the film, but it's a nice wee indie kind of flick. It's a really nice uplifting film in the end, and I'm excited. It's been a nice one for me because it's probably an easier entry in terms of music, because when it's an indie flick, it's going to be kind of a bit more music, like a bit more like a song. Whereas like if I was to get a score for an advert or an action film or a horror film, that would obviously have meant a lot of, that would take me right out of my comfort zone, if that makes sense. So this has been like the easiest transition into it so far. I would think I've been lucky with that. It's
okay.
You know what I mean? Because indie flicks and kind of happy-go-lucky ones tend to be more like song-based music, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think I've been lucky with that. It's a smooth transition.
Is it exclusively instrumental-based, or are you singing as well?
Nah, I think it'll be exclusively instrumental for that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I would never say never to like singing stuff and that, but it wasn't what it was. It wasn't how it came about. You know, it's different if someone had come to me and said, "I love the band and I'd like you to do a soundtrack." You know, I hope that would be something I'd do as well at some point in my life. But this has been more like, I think I really wanted a new challenge and I wanted to do something different and just be like completely in a different vein from what I've been doing just now.
Good. Well, I always say we've got a few sponsors of the 23 podcast show, and one of them for me is the greatest comedian, philosopher, prophet of all time. Sadly, no longer with us, but the late great William Melvin Hicks said, "We are the facilitators of our own creative evolution." And certainly, whilst we've been in this lockdown, so many of us, I had an artist friend come round earlier on, so I'm officially unemployed now. Sadly, I lost my job in the Barrowland Ballroom. We were chatting about this earlier on. It's public knowledge. I was allowed to share the announcement last Monday. Doesn't change the fact that I still believe it's the greatest venue for live music in the world.
It is. Absolutely. I say that every time. Like, it is the greatest venue on earth. So
you and I, both of us, shared a very, very warmly, keenly, sincerely felt love of the venue, and maybe at some point throughout this evening, actually, we can have a wee watch of the video which you did with covers with Sabrina and Wendy. So you were actually, for those who don't know, actually, I think I've seen Sabrina's on. Hello, Sabrina.
Yeah, Sabrina, what's happening? Hi, Dad.
Donna.
Hi, Donna. How's it going?
Hello, Donna. Maura Guinness, totes. There's a wee kiss for you as well. So, who's Sabrina calling Mum?
Me, because I always call her Dad.
Yeah. All right.
So I was phoning her when I've got something about the band, and I say, "Hi, Dad. Just had a wee question."
Right. Okay. Brilliant.
I call that
right. Sweet. So for those who don't know, the 23 podcast show as an idea, it began as actually something that came to me, like the 23. It came to me in a dream, and it was probably, well, not probably, but I don't remember all exactly the music that I was listening to the night or the day before I went, but probably I was listening to some Beatles. So on the Beatles album Yellow Submarine, you can see the number 23 there over one of the blue meanies. So I woke up and I just had that image of a 23 on the sun, because I love the sun. So I got my great artist pal Marcus Reno Hislop, the Notorious Gasoline Company. I said, "This is a dream I've had. Can you turn that into reality?" And he came up with that. He came up with that logo. So I wanted to meet my 23 partner Andy Anderson, whose Soundpod podcast you were on.
Yeah,
with,
I was on that for hours.
Rooney.
I think it was like 3 hours or something like that.
Well, we'll try and be that tonight. My longest is 6 hours on this with Mandy Clark from Bombscare and Katie Tunstall's bassist.
Wow. There you go.
That was a crazy Friday night, I think, maybe. But I think me and Mandy both had a wee bit of insomnia. And the reason that went on for 6 hours is Katie Tunstall's got a fans group called the KT Ravers. Right. And somebody that Mandy was on the friends list with. So a guy from Chile who's a Katie Tunstall fan, never seen Katie Tunstall live because she's never played Chile. He shared it in the KT Ravers fan group, and then the numbers just
through the roof.
They just at least trebled anyway. So then we had people from all over the USA, Central, South America, Japan, a few places in Australia, Mohammed in Libya, people in Portugal, Brazil, I said South America, Holland, loads of people in the UK. So we ended up, we had almost across every time zone in the world. So we just kept on going because the questions just kept on coming for Mandy, and people want to know about.
That's amazing. Katie Dunstall's doing a
Katie stunts and stuff like that. So 6 hours. I know you're in Ayrshire.
I know.
I'm in a shire. I'm in North Lanarkshire. We'll see how we go.
Katie Dunstall's been doing a lot of stuff for a Broken Record campaign, actually. So it's been good to see that, like her talking about streaming and the need for fixing it. The guy Tom Gray that was behind it, I had a good chat with him last week and just said, things need to change for artists, especially in Scotland. We've got the ability to change so much here because it's not the biggest nation in the world. It's like we have a lot of people in this industry. I mean, I think everyone in Scotland kind of does know each other in terms of music, or has the ability to know each other. So I hope there's changes.
Well, I've always described, I've been involved in an active role from being in a band and management for 7 years now. But I've always described the Scottish music community as like a street. That's, to me, if you go to different festivals, and if you go to the things like Expo North and Wide Days and Born to Be Wide and the Samas and Resonate and all of these, for me, great places to meet up with people, find out about what's new in the music industry and stuff like that. Obviously, you are going to see a lot of the same faces again, but I really do like the music community aspect to people in Scotland, but obviously it's not nothing. The only thing humans are perfect at is being imperfect. It's not a perfect system, and we were discussing earlier on, like, about some of the flaws within the music industry in general. So just quickly give a wee shout to a few more comments, and then I'm keen to know your thoughts on that, and we can dive right into that. Hiya, Susie. So Susie's one of the Edenites that I know.
Was Susie on a Kilmarnock Burns feed the other day? She can answer that. I think I'm sure I saw that. I feel like I saw the banner, like, comment on something. Susie can enlighten us.
Aye, Susie, you can let us know. Susie does a lot of writing in Scots dialect. She's also she's an amazing fairy as well. So Susan can feel free, Susie, to share some of your stuff in the comments there. Hello, Johnny. Johnny's over on the Twitch. For those of you like through StreamYard that we're hosting this through, you can get us on the Facebook. We're on Twitch. I believe that of the Facebook, Twitch, and the 23 Universe YouTube, Twitch is usually the best quality. So if you've got Twitch, it's maybe the one that you want to go over to anywhere. Shazza, is there not a dance band called Brownbear, or am I going mad?
Fake news.
Fake news.
Nah, I think there is, because, like, I don't know. Listen, I look at it this way. I am the premier Brownbear, and it's really annoying when that guy releases music, because sometimes he does it and it comes up in our feed, and I have to get in touch with Spotify and say that's happened again. But
right.
I don't know. Is there a guy called Brownbear? I think there is. I only know that because there's like electronic music on Spotify that sometimes comes up in our thing, and I have to get in touch with Spotify and say it's happened again. Could you remove that?
Well, you're the only one. You're the only one I know.
I feel like we should collaborate. Like, we should make some sort of, I don't know, dance remix. Brownbear versus Brownbear.
Or Brownbear, the
versus Brownbear
remix. Dougie there and Mark McGee's, you call that radio. Like, he done his research on Killer Whale. Now, the reason, Dougie won't mind me saying this, because he went public anyway and shared it, but the reason he wanted to call his solo project Killer Whale is because he believes that's his spirit animal, right. Which is fair enough. We've all got, or we're all entitled to have a belief in a spirit animal. Totally. And so he did a wee bit of research online. So he found out that there were quite a few killer whales, and he got in touch with the most famous of these killer whales, who is really, really good, in Dougie's opinion. And he just says, listen, I put out a poll on my own page and says, should I change it? And then he was thinking about, remember when Primal Scream brought out the Exterminator album and they just dropped the vowels?
Yeah.
So it was XTRMNTR. So Dougie was thinking about doing Killer Whale and dropping the vowels, but then the most amount of votes were just stick with Killer Whale the way it's spelled in English. So he did, and he messaged the most popular Killer Whale over in the USA, and the guy's like, "It's cool, mate. Just fucking go for it.
It's fine.
Do whatever you whatever you want. Do whatever you want." Susie was saying, Aye, Donna, Expo North was online this year. Donna, that's correct. It was. And do you know, Donna, I tuned in to it and there were some cracking, I got some brilliant notes, flicking through my notes here. There was a brilliant one called 5 Ways to Promote Your Business Through Podcasting. So I thought that would be pretty interesting. There was another one. There were quite a few. But there's definitely been some good ones, Donna. Let us know if you were online for any of them. There's Susie does our nipneebs.com. So check that out. Johnny's asking, whereabouts in Ayrshire are you?
I'm in Kilmarnock now. I'm from Largs, but I live in Kilmarnock. I love it.
Nice.
Paper roses.
Donna, hi Adriana. Oh, we've got a wee chat there. It's him off Hot Chip.
I think that's about the Brownbear thing, is it?
Oh, right, okay. Did a Twitch raid there, man, so hopefully some of you call that radios are here. And Matthew, thanks very much, Mark. Thanks very much. Mark's the man. I'll just give a quick share for... So tell us how your lockdown's been going.
It's been good. You know, I've been trying my best to keep busy. We were kind of in the middle of starting the second record process, so it was frustrating to be in the swing of it and having the retro come out and then just boom, stop, and we can't be in a studio, we can't be in rehearsing. So we're just trying to make the most of it, like keep on writing, keep on pitching ideas to each other. And I write for a lot of other people, so I've still been doing that over FaceTime, and which is really bizarre because you're used to being in a room with people, but it's been nice. And as Mark was saying, I do a thing called Sunday Sessions on Instagram now. It's like I just go live every Sunday for an hour about 12 p.m. and I've been trying to get other musicians to come on and share the feed with me. We have a wee chat and we play some tunes. So Mark should come on and chat one weekend if you watch it.
Give that a shout again. What time did you say that is?
It's 12 p.m. on a Sunday every week. I don't know how much longer I'll do it for, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's been class. I've had like Billy Mitchell, Kyle Faulkner, Carly Connor, Luke LaVolpe, Kitty, Karima Francis, man, you name it. Like I've had some amazing guests, and we just all have a chit chat, like shoot some shit about tour and about stories from the road and all that kind of thing. So yeah, man, it's cool. Okay.
I've just given your Instagram, your Brownbear Instagram, a share there. So please give it a wee follow. We're always looking to promote and share creativity from the guests that we have on there. So please give them a like, a share, a follow, all of that jazz on their social media. If there's one thing that we can positively influence throughout this lockdown, it's supporting our creative community in whatever way we can. And if people are struggling financially, then social media is it's a necessary evil and a part of the industry where a lot of it's measured on numbers and stuff like that. So check it out. Donna was on the podcast, the one as well. She was saying the Expo North online. Johnny lived in Barbados Road.
I walk past Barbados Road loads, and I always say to Leslie, like my girlfriend, I always say to her, like, because she's from Kelly, like, and she lived in Dundonald Road originally, and I'm always like, here, why is it called Barbados Road? Like, what's the reason? Maybe Johnny knows. Let
us know, Johnny. Sorry, Susie, it's Nebs, no Neebs. I'll tell you what it is, Susie. I've not got my glasses on, so I can't I can't read accurately what's on the screen. A lot of it's guesswork. Like as John Lennon once said, reality leaves a lot to the imagination. Barry Clark. There will be blood starved Daniel Day-Lewis, not Defoe. Thank you, Baza, for correcting me on that. Mea culpa. The other great thing about that movie, in terms of Johnny Greenwood's score, was it's as an Oscar win. So it won an Oscar for Best Film. He won Best Actor as well. Apparently, it was the first film in Oscar winning history that has the longest opening sequence without any dialogue. So remember, it's just like him on his own with his pickaxe digging for oil. So there's like a good, I don't know exactly, right? I'm just going to guess here, but it's something like about 28, 30 minutes, something like that, where there's just no dialogue until he strikes black gold and the oil comes out. So what's the Insta link? Yep, I've just given it a share there. You probably just preempted me doing it there, Susie. So check it out, and I'm just going to write a wee banner just now. So Instagram it's at Brownbear _ official. Because what I can do, and at the moment, until it stops, you've been doing it when again? Sundays, did you say?
Sundays at 12 p.m.
Sundays at 12 p.m. Check it out. So I'll just pop that. There we go. And just put that up there for now.
Very official. It's like the news.
Technology. Mark McGee from You Call That Radio, he had the StreamYard software. We kindly, thank you, Mark. We got a wee discount code from him as a referral when myself, Rooney and Andy decided to get on board. Me for bringing the 23 podcast show out of hibernation, and Andy and Rooney starting the SoundPod podcast. Well, we're getting right into the detail of Kelly residence here with Johnny.
Right, Cross. I know where Cross is. I'll take you up on it, man. I live in Bonneton. That's where I'm at, like beside the Chippy.
Brilliant. There we go. We're connecting people already in the 23 universe. Happy to, as long as you don't ask me to sing, Mark saying.
Class, man. Just send me an Instagram message and we'll sort it out, man. You should definitely come and have a chat.
Get a collaboration on. Mark, you're a great chanter. Get on and sing Equinox. That's my request. Shaza, I seen you on Kyle's page. He put the video up. So you're pals with Kyle Faulkner. Talk us how that, the genesis of that relationship.
Well, we supported them a few times in my old band and with Brownbear, and I guess like we had the same management, so that's how I got to know him. And he was going off into do solo tours, and they were going like kind of haywire. And I'd ended up going away from Brownbear for a bit to work on the Libertines tour. I was just working for the crew, and then Falk was going out on his own, and he needed a tour manager. And someone said, like, why don't you do it? He'd been to rehab and he'd been sober at that point, and I don't drink anymore. I hadn't drank in 7 years, so they'd said, why don't you do it? It'd be a good thing to have someone around him that's not going to be at all drinking or anything like that. So yeah, that's how it started. I was just like doing his guitars, driving about, and then I ended up becoming the full-on tour manager for the proper production tours when he released the album and stuff. And it's been, but we're friends, you know. Like we are. I think that's what's made it difficult for me, and why I'm not probably going back to do the tour managing. It's just it's hard to remain like really friendly when you've got, because like I'm obviously making decisions on the road that maybe don't always suit him, or we clash a bit. It's just the nature of being the tour manager. You know yourself from touring, like you're the least liked person. You're always the least liked person in that bus, because you're the one telling people.
You're saying we need to do this. We need to be there, and we need to do this when we get there. And I think you're having to be quite official with certain things that you need to be official about.
Totally, and his timing's no the world's greatest. So I'm trying to make everything. I'm planning everything to be like 2 hours earlier, and then if you get there on time by chance.
No, don't. That's what we do. Don't share the secret.
I know, but I feel like the secret wore off on him and he started to catch on to what I was doing.
No, it's totally. It's got to be done. Musicians in general have to the point where I've ended up just like trying when I can, not having any hair. Not just because of stress, but where did we go wrong there? But you've got to have a wee bit of fun. So I just always say we don't believe in time in the Dijon verse because
you were pretty late at Troon, from what I remember.
No comment.
And I was there. I was sitting there thinking, this is great because they're really late and Falk's on time, and he looks like a hero.
I know. And Troon's one of the closest places that we've been to play as well. Donna was saying she loves the Sunday sessions. They're going to be endless every Sunday. We'll wait and see. Susie, forgiving, you lovely fella. Thanks, Susie. Always forgiving. Forgive your enemies, as the Killer Whale song goes. Johnny, it was all the weed a certain person was selling, but I'm not saying who.
Barbados Road.
We don't need any grasses here. Hi, Wilters. Barry, well, you're asking him yourself, Barry. So, influences for composing this film score. Tell us about that.
Mate, I think with anything in life, it's like a mixture of you look and you just get a vibe, you just get an instinct. There's a bit of obviously like the film, like it's not like I was for a laugh today before I started, I was playing along as if I was doing a horror score, and I was thinking, man, you can make a film seem different by doing different sounds. But there's also the side of it that honestly, when you speak to the producer or the director or the writer, they're going to have their opinion on what kind of texture they want for the score and where they want music in and out. So there's a mixture of things like, but I never think too much on what's inspiring me. I just kind of start and see what comes out. That's always been my way.
Okay. What was the last video you guys had out? Your band?
It would be for Retro, I think. Would that be right?
Retro. Yeah. That's the last one there that's on your YouTube. I was just checking in case there was something that I'd missed there. I'm just lining up a couple of things back here.
Nice.
Well, there you go. What are the chances? Mark McGee is not that Mark McGee from You Call That Radio's Mark McGee, and the Gyro Baby's Mark McGee.
This is time to talk, Mark McGee.
Yes. Cool. Okay. We're still connecting here in the 23 universe. Send.
It was confusing because he jumped in right after It's Time to Talk, so I just thought it was like he just jumped to the wrong profile there.
Right. There you go. Shazza was saying, mind if you's singer was on Mark McGee's show. Can't mind his name. Kyle was on Mark's show. I can't remember, Shazza. Was it Kyle Faulkner? Yes, too many headspins. That's probably about right. Shazza's asking right now, can you sing us a song? Well, we were chatting about that. Doesn't need to be right now, obviously, Matt, but at some point throughout this evening's show, are you going to play us a wee song?
Maybe. We'll see where we go. Like I'm like, I don't know. Just take it when it comes. It's weird in these. It's weird in these ones. You don't know how it's going to sound of that. So.
No, I'm with you. We've had some that have sounded brilliant, and others.
Well, just try.
Aye, go on. You give it a wee strum. Susie, Briggs, there you go. You'll recognise Eden Cup.
I've never played Eden, so you know that.
Have you not know?
Nah, but I spoke to someone that worked there once, and I said, "Oh, here." He was like, he said to me, "Oh, how have you never played Eden?" And I was like, "What do you mean? How have you never booked me?" And apparently they tried, and my old management said no. But no one had ever told me that they turned it down. And I would have definitely done it. I'd do anything. So like,
well, that's the thing. Like you've had management before. Just in terms of what need to know basis and stuff like that. Like, I mean, in general, what you know across the music industry. What percent of offers do you think management or a booking agent does and should put to the artist, and how many do you think they just like knock back without even saying?
I think they should put 100% to an artist, because an artist should have a say in its career. But I think they probably knocks some back. And I also like later in life found that some shows that were put to us, like we really needed to do them, actually turned out to be for the sake of another act on the roster. So they were like, well, if you give us Brownbear, we'll give you this for that act. And then the management had come to me and said, like, you should really do this show, it's really good. And I was like, I don't know. And they would convince me. And then I found out later on that we'd been like put out to pasture basically for the sake of getting something for someone else. So that was the kind of the end for me for one manager. I was like, that was when I found out, I was like, that's just the beginning of the end. Like, that's not going to fly. Because I'm very, very vocal and very involved in what the band do. Yeah. So yeah, I didn't enjoy that.
Are you self-managed at the moment?
Yeah. Just manage myself.
Okay.
Do all the booking myself. We do it all in house.
Same. I'm just going to give for those who in the 23 universe don't know Brownbear, I've just given their Facebook page a share in the comments. I did notice Sabrina will play the Barrowland video that you and Wendy are in with Matthew as well. So Sabrina is in the band Kodak Ghosts with Erin, and I'm going to give their Facebook page a share as well, so people can know like them. And Sabrina, I've got your CD.
Mandolin Hepzibah.
There you go. Shadow play.
Somebody said play retro. Oh, that's a stressor.
Well, Matthew, I've got that video, so if you would rather we could possibly watch that as your first video.
Because if I'm going to play something tonight, it'll be like guitar or uke. I think I'd have to move my whole setup here to get to my keys.
Okay, well, if you do decide, and it's entirely your choice, if you do decide you want to play something, when we play retro, then during the however 3-4 minutes of that, then you can do a wee jiggery pokery, and then the other side of retro, if you find out that you're comfortable at your end to do something, then we can do something thereafter. But it's all good, man. We can do whatever. Susie says she misses Eden. Matt, do you still have a cup or a glass next to you?
I do.
Let's raise our cups and glasses. Everybody out there in the 23 universe, let's raise our cups and glasses to absent festivals. To absent festivals and gigs. They will come back. And
what do you make of these drive-in gigs? You're obviously going to be doing one, but what did you make of the initial announcement and honestly as well? I didn't hold back because you're doing one.
I won't hold back. I'll just cards on the table. I do believe in honesty and transparency. Whenever you can, particularly even from our politicians as well, but we don't get that often from them. So when the last ever gig, so that you tonight are my penultimate guest. This is 25 podcast shows I've done for the 23 podcast show. I've also on a Sunday, three Sundays out of 4. I've been missing the last Sunday of the month. I took the Barras Art and Design Bad Sunday sessions and an open mic and brought them online. Mm-hmm. So I think we've done 6 of them now, which usually has 4 amazing musicians who come on. We do a wee round robin and everybody plays their music. So the creative aspect of why I started to do that is the very last gig that I went to was Saturday the 14th of March, and that was Miracle Glass Company.
Same for me.
King Tut's. That's right, we've seen one another.
Yeah.
Man, it feels like last year or something like that now. And already then, like, people were just like kidding on, doing like elbow pumps instead of like hugs and fist pumps and all the rest of it and stuff. And I mean, what an incredible gig. And this is interesting because look, full circle. Tomorrow night, the Miracle Glass Company, Andy, Austin, and William are going to be my last guests before I take a break from the podcast show, because now that I'm sadly unemployed due to this pandemic, the Barrowland Ballroom has seen a lot of its gigs from August onwards that were already rescheduled, from Michael Kiwanuka, who was the first cancellation, which was Saturday 14th of March, the same night as Miracle Glass Company at Tuts. I was only at Tuts because Michael Kiwanuka cancelled. He actually cancelled because he had a doctor's line for acute viral laryngitis, so he pulled his whole tour. But then all the Barrowland gigs were being cancelled thereafter. So once I went into lockdown from Sunday the 15th of March, I was in shock and a bit of denial about the whole situation, as many people were, maybe not thinking it was going to turn out to be as much of a fucking shit show as it turned out to be. But there are obviously a number of reasons why it turned out to be the shit show that it was. So just some advice at the next election, if there's any Tory voters on, if you want to protect the NHS, just stay at home. That'll save lives.
I saw something yesterday. It was like farmers and that were going to drive their tractors down to Westminster to protest, and I was just thinking, like, but I know so many of you that voted Tory. Like, you kind of like, I understand, but you get what you vote for. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people right now like talking some amount of shit, and I'm like, you voted for this, man. You won't up to it. Don't fucking sit there and act like it's on anyone else. When you have a choice to go and make a difference, and you voted to help yourself and it didn't work out, and that's on you. It's not on me. Yeah. It's not on them.
Yeah, that's their conscience. I mean, Frankie Boyle, that point you're making there, Frankie Boyle summed it up by saying, shout out to all those Tory voters who voted Tory at the last election thinking that they were only going to shaft other people's lives again now that they've had their own lives shafted. And listen, there's no, what you and I, as clearly non-Tory voters, like, we take no fucking pleasure out of the absolute shit show. The 50,000 plus sad fucking people who died from this, all the others that have been affected, myself, our bassist Gary in our band has lost his job now because of this. Like, the economic wasteland that's going to come out of all of this. Like, I mean, there's going to be a massive rebuilding job because of this. But there's two things. You have your freedom of choice for who you want to vote for at the ballot box, and you also have your freedom of choice for freedom of speech. Sorry, should I say? But it should never be forgotten that both of them carry two responsibilities. But what you say, you might think you're free to say it, but you'll carry the responsibility of what you say, and we'll talk about that once we get on to Black Lives Matter and statue protecting and all of that carry on, which stuff I did say I wanted to speak to you about because it's vitally important that we do. But secondly, the responsibility of who you vote for at the ballot box will then be bore out over those next 5 years by all the policies that are enacted. And people who are Tory voters, they have to realise, like, with what's went on, that the only way that we can change society is by voting them out. Or for me, I keep on saying that there's only so long you can stay handcuffed to a maniac before you have to cut off your own hand to save yourself. And that for me as my rallying cry for independence.
Yeah, I think we have the opportunity to build a truly different system up here, and with everything that's happened, I think, you know, it's not about old ties, and it's not about fucking whatever the old 2014 reasons. Fucking put them in the bin. Like, 2020 is a very different world, and I think had we the ability to act on our own merit, even for COVID, we could have reduced the damage a lot quicker and to a lot less extent. And that in itself should be proof that we've moved to a point where we maybe need to be our own governing body. You know what I mean?
I have a one-word answer to that. Definitely. Well, coincidentally, the colours I think here on my t-shirt match up.
I was going to say, it's just like I'm not even like I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm independent staff. You know, I wasn't like. I think we should have it, but I'm not saying like I was someone who was like, yes, here we go, independence in 2014. Like, because I do try and see the bigger picture, and I do believe in. I don't believe in more borders and that kind of thing, but you know, I think things have changed so much, like to now show that it really matters. I'm not saying it didn't matter before, but like no one can talk about now and say they saw that coming in 2014. If they did, man, you should be putting on the lottery and be a millionaire. So you can give that a buy as well, you know.
And tell me and Matt the numbers privately.
Totally.
Before you do, we'll join in. No, you're totally right. We'll just catch up with some of these comments. Sabrina, thank you. You're welcome. Susie, bands and artists should have 100% opportunity to say where they play. I have a deep distrust of being managed. I think that's why I've shied away from seeking agency in my creative work. Well, it's important to control your creative process as much as possible, but some people in music couldn't do what they do creatively because they just don't have the business side of it. So when you reach a certain level, sometimes that has to come to Colin saying retro's a tune. Yes. Absent festivals, yes, definitely. Didn't start me, Shaza. I told you folk would be happy to contribute for the podcast. I know you have, Shaza, but it's asking a lot, and there's a lot of organising that has to be done. There's a commitment that would have to be made. I started the podcast because it was my creative outlet. So I forgot to say. So I went through the 5 stages of the grieving process. I was in shock, then the bargaining. April, I was just in a depressed write-off. I realised that the only way I was sort of going to come out of that, I was watching other people's podcasts. I was doing a lot of reading. I was inspired by. I picked up some old books as well. So I was inspired by Yoko Ono's Grapefruit, which is a brilliant book, a book of instructions and drawings by Yoko Ono. And it's a really good, it came out in 1964 before she met John Lennon. It's famous, it's infamous, and it's one of those books that helps release creative blocks. So you know Brian Eno's got his oblique strategies cards. Have you heard of them? Have you heard of them?
Never heard of this, no.
Let me just quickly. So, Brian Eno, and I think it was Daniel Lanois, or certainly Brian Eno, when he was in. Right, I'm going to share my screen here just now. So he produced the famous Bowie trilogy at the end of the 70s, the Berlin trilogy, and he also had a hand in Iggy Pop music when he was over there. So these oblique strategies cards, he came up with them. It's a box of cards, and then on each card there's something like discard an axiom. Don't be frightened of cliches. Remove ambiguities and convert to specifics. Remove specifics and convert to ambiguities. So I'll unshare that now. I'll give but you can actually buy them from Brian Eno's shop called Oblique Strategies. So again, probably inspired by Yoko Ono, because he didn't bring them out until, I've just given his website a share there in the comments. I think about £75 for a deck. But they were revolutionary, and Brian Eno was considered to be a revolutionary and the go-to producer that Bowie, being a completely revolutionary artist himself, possibly arguably the greatest revolutionary in terms of reinventing himself in his music. So he would go into the studio, but Bowie was also very much a fan of the William Burroughs cutting technique. So, you know, like when he would like, write out a stream of consciousness and lyrics, or just a stream of consciousness, and then he would cut it up, and then they would jumble the paper back together, and then that's how he would then sing the song. Two more recent artists to then skip forward who took their inspiration directly from Bowie for this. So Kurt Cobain was also a fan of that technique, and that's how the chorus in Smells Like Teen Spirit, a mulatto, an albino, a mosquito, my libido, semantically makes no sense as a stanza. However, he had written them down as a stream of consciousness, cut them up, and then brought them back together. Paul Banks from Interpol. Do you know much Interpol music?
Nah, never been a big fan.
Right, and Interpol, music's in the ear of the beholder, all good. Interpol are my third favourite band of all time after Radiohead and the Beatles. And Paul Banks' lyrics, so many Interpol songs are just complete nonsense in lyrical form, but they just fit beautifully with the music. So a lot of that came from Brian Eno was trying to break a creative block in the studio. That's why Coldplay worked with him as well. I think it was X and Y was the first album that they done, but they basically, like, Chris Martin found out about this. He's like, right, we need to work with Brian Eno. We're big enough and rich enough to hire Brian Eno and Daniel Lanois. U2 did the same with him throughout the 80s as well, and that's why Brian Eno is considered to be like one of the most influential people in music since the 70s. Quite a fascinating guy. So, I mean, it's maybe something that do you suffer from creative block a lot?
Yeah, I mean everyone does, but I think I'm very good at staying creative in some way. So the way I've found myself tackling it is I'll go and put my time into the video side of things. I obviously work on the videos for Brownbear as well. Or I'll be working on short films, or like I've said today, I was doing composing, and I write for other people. I find that if it's music because I feel like I write quite personally, like it's quite often like me expressing what I've been through. So when I'm not going through something, or I'm not really thinking about it, or where I am now, where I've kind of written the second album and you're not even really broaching too much on other songs because you're like, well, I've got to get this out of the way. I like to go and write for other people. I love it. I think it's so good to just take yourself out of your comfort zone, especially if they're in a different genre, like help them figure out. Because I've got, I suppose my skill in music and writing is songs and it is choruses. And I think what most bands lack, or a lot of artists lack, is choruses. Like the art of songwriting is definitely dying. And
the hook and the category, like that's for me one of my favourite things about your music is that aspect that by the end of one of your songs you feel really familiar with it in a very positive way. Your songwriting is class. Actually, I'll hold my hands up. I didn't know you song wrote for other people. Like, do you want to just give us a wee who's who of who else you write songs for?
I've been working a bit with Kerr James. He was on Britain's Got Talent. Was it last year, 2 years ago? Okay. I write with Kitty. She's a Paisley artist, soul singer. She's amazing. It's not like she needs my. By the way, this is the thing. It's not like they can't write songs. She has songs that she's written fully herself that are outstanding. But we've got a great wee chemistry when we write, and we've written some amazing tunes together. And yeah, that's the two main ones for now. But Katie Doyle, that is the one.
I know Katie. I'll give her Kitty page a share. Yeah, like there's a couple of artists that both Katie and Carolee Connor, I think are like Scottish Amy Winehouses.
Yeah, actually, like we've been talking about doing some writing together, but it's just never kind of transpired. But I'm sure it'll happen eventually.
It'll happen when it's meant to happen. Gary was saying no Tory, no cry. Donald McDonald, King Tuts have just celebrated their 30th birthday. Do you think that after lockdown and the whole coronavirus is over, they should have a party to celebrate? I think we should all have a party to celebrate.
Yeah.
Many things, definitely. By the way, I kind of just realised that I've not done a total politicians and completely bypassed the drive-in gigs. I just sometimes, like I said to you earlier on, like, do we have, like, have you got questions on the agenda or anything? And I don't. It's just, I advertise it as just a kind of an exploration through our individual and collective consciousness, and you just see where it'll go. But we'll go through these comments.
John Rush, what's happening?
How you doing, Johnny boy?
He's class, man.
He's brilliant. I'm proud. I'm honoured to manage John. I have to say, his music's just phenomenal. Inspiring. His creative output through this as well. Had a wee exclusive at his new video. So he's got a new single called Sister, which I'll give a share of that. I'll line that up, but. I'll have the video. John's going to be releasing the video for that, which has been filmed by previous podcast show guests Neil McKenzie, Rachel Ann Clark from Keep It Creative. They've still been busy throughout this, making videos with folk. John said we've had some brilliant airplay for John's new single. It's been, over sort of Cam Glen, Surrey Government Community Radio in terms of community radio stations. Jim Galloway played on Amazing Radio. Described him as like a more bluesy Nathaniel Ratcliffe. He had a BBC play there earlier on in one of the BBC Gaelic programmes as well. We hold the light in this murk. Would be good to blame ourselves. Well, it depends if you're to blame for something, I suppose, Johnny. Not sure exactly what you're referring to there.
I think that was to do with the Tories for Scotland being independent, and I agree. It'd be good if we were holding ourselves accountable for our own actions.
Yes,
that's what you're saying,
yeah. Likewise, I mean, that's us. 0 deaths in Scotland the last 4 days in a row. So we're doing something right there. Hi, Leslie. Thanks for joining us. There's Petra, I'm still trying to figure out why the entertainment industry has been left to rot, not making sense, financial or otherwise.
What do you think that means? Like, being left to rot by who? Itself? Like, it's been rotting itself to the core for years. It was like kind of like the government. Like, we were talking about this earlier, man. Like, if the government were to bail out the music industry, I would love it, and I think that would be cool. But the responsibility on the music industry should not be on the government or the people's pockets out of tax to pay for a business that makes somewhere in the region of like 50 billion a year. There's like companies like Universal, Warner, Sony, Live Nation that are rich enough to be able to help musicians and help the Music Venue Trust, and they're not. So until we hold our own industry responsible for the absolute billions that they're taking and probably avoiding in tax and not paying back into the system, I don't think we should put the pressure on someone else. Yeah,
it shouldn't. I mean, governments are obviously there. Like if the airline industries and the banks can be bailed out, which is all going to be leveraged onto the taxpayers as well, then there should certainly be money available for the music entertainment industry. I think it was maybe Irvin Welsh or Frankie Boyle who tweeted and said that in their opinion, the reason why there didn't appear to be as much desire to want to help the creative industries is because they're mostly left-leaning and actually come from a more of a compassionate there just seems to be more of a compassionate core to a lot of people that work in it.
But I agree with the people who make up the industry. I believe most of us to be on the left and most of us to be in belief of doing the right thing around the people around us. But I don't know if I believe that about the industry itself. Like, like this, if the music industry truly was left or believed in equality, it would pay its artists. It would be fair to everyone in that business. It's not. It's the top 20% of this business could eat more than they've got more food than they could ever eat, man. And the bottom 80% can't feed themselves. So I don't believe that that music's seen as this like utopia of like equality, and it functions exactly the same as society, and it's not a just system. And until we and when we blame other people and we take it away from the industry, we're excusing what happens.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, things like if we'll just use Spotify as an example, right? If Spotify, who have now got designs to try and capture YouTube traffic, for want of a better phrase, by giving Joe Rogan $100 million to now come onto their platform, right? I mean, Spotify are one of the most cash-rich companies in the world, but look at how little they pay the artists on that. So, I mean, that's got to change.
That just shows that shows you how little they value music. That the first time they paid out big was for a podcast. They don't give two shits about you being on that site, and that's where people need to think. Well, fuck it. Let them have the podcast. Let them have that one podcast. Everyone else just. This is the thing, man. If everyone left, where would they be? And you need to. People forget that like people make up anything, right? So if people stop buying Coca-Cola doesn't exist. If people make up Spotify, like we're all like stuck in this thing where we have to use it, and it's like it's kind of like killing things because they're getting away with so much, and they still hold the cards. Like, so even to succeed in Spotify, you need to be on a playlist. But to be on a playlist, you probably have to be on a major to get into the plugin and to get into the playlist coordinators and stuff. So the whole system from top to bottom is rigged. So even people making money who are barely making money, they're already making money through other revenue. Whereas the people at the bottom who aren't making money can't get together enough money to pay to be on a playlist to make them appear to more people to be able to sell shows to make more money. So that's not new, man. That's systemic of that's radio. That's like anything in music. It's the same system.
Well, see, I mean, it's called the music business for a reason. Just take away the prefix. It's still a business, and corporations and all your major labels going all the way back to the kind of the explosion with rock and roll in the 50s with Elvis and the rest of them. They became massive corporations. Now, one of my favourite writers of all time, a man who knew the music industry very intimately, and just talking of King Tut's, it's almost like a perfect segue into one of his most famous quotes. But Hunter S. Thompson, the music business is a dark plastic hallway where pimps and thieves run free and good men die like dogs. There's also a negative side. And that's kind of like the Faustian Pact with like the pool where they pull young musicians, mostly young musicians, into the music industry with all the shiny toys and all the promises of you'll have your name up in lights, my son, my lassie, whatever, blah blah blah. But there's also a negative side.
I think that's one of those quotes, man. It's like it's like a trick to be like, that's cool, man. That's what it's like. Fuck that. Like fuck that, because like there's so many people now, and I see so many bands, and I start to think, I wonder how they're doing well, and then I stop and think, well, I know the answer is because they can afford to. Man, it's like music should be for the people, and music used to have so many working class musicians who played and spoke about relatable things to the public, and now we've just got this crop of like kids that can afford to be there, and they don't really have much to say for themselves, and the labels don't want to say anything because they don't want to take the risk. And Spotify can, and the majors can pledge millions to racial injustices, but they can't be bothered to pay their own fucking artists. It's just, all of it's just an ad. Man, Blackout Tuesday was just an advert. It was just like, right, we'll dedicate one day where we shut the fuck up, and then you guys can go back to shutting the fuck up for the rest of eternity. That's all that was, man. It was like, just cash in, silence it, stop the buzz, stop the momentum, and let's get back to marketing. Let's get back to being the companies that are more likely to sign a white artist and dress them up as black than we are to sign a black artist. That's all they wanted, is a wee like we'll have a wee day off and then we'll go back to what we're doing. I think like until we start holding to account the industry, and that goes for everyone's industry that they're in themselves. Until you start holding them to account, nothing changes. Like they'll just find a way. Even this driving thing, man. I said it before. When we went into lockdown and gigs stopped, that was a perfect opportunity to take a pause and say, how do we rebuild the grassroots? How do we create future headliners? And I said to people, that's the optimism. But the reality is they'll find a way to make commerce no matter what. So if it means they can't get in a venue, they'll find a way to do it elsewhere. They'll find a way to capitalise on the big artists first. And it shows you, because these gigs aren't being done to put money back into venues. It's done for that company that's already successful, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying we shouldn't get gigs back. But we could have been looking at ways to get gigs back that were beneficial at the bottom first. And it went up. And instead, we've thought about how can we keep the top at the top, and we don't really give a shit if it happens at the bottom.
Well, again, to go back, I totally take those points on board, and I agree with you in the respect that Live Nation as a company, we're always going to look and see where they were going to be able to make money, because not to compare them to the really horrible neocon Ram Emanuel, the Boy Bush cabinet member that he had, one of the neocons. But it's his famous quote where he had said, and he was talking about disaster capitalism. It was to do with the rebuilding of when they bombed Iraq, and Naomi Klein with the shock doctrine, when she wrote that, it was all about that, and how you had I've taken a mental block. What was the vice president's name under Bush? It was basically the president.
Oh man! But that's that film Vice. Is what it's about.
Aye, Vice. Aye. So fuck, what's his name? So anyway, him and his wife are vice presidents of Halliburton. And Halliburton were one of the companies that stood to gain over $50 billion in contracts to rebuild Iraq after the decision by him. And he was
Dick
one
Cheney.
of Dick. How could you forget Dick? That fucking Dick. So he was basically in charge because Boy Bush was the first president who'd been in office, who had actually spent more time not in office than he was in office, because he was just out on the golf course most of the time, and Dick Cheney was calling the shots. So there has always been, similar in the UK to the US, if you get to that level in government, then there's got to be like a declaration of where your business interests lie. So you're not allowed to influence and give out government contracts that directly profit the companies that you already own. So that's why the fucking scumbag Trump moved so many of his businesses into his kids' names. But obviously, he's still going to be making decisions that are going to benefit them in the short, medium, and long term. So, Dick Cheney was doing that with Halliburton. But Ram Emanuel, who was also part of that, he said, never let a good crisis pass without identifying the opportunity in it. And undeniably, like, we are in a crisis now. There's been an interesting sort of simultaneous, like, collective consciousness overlapping, if you will, because yes, Sunday night, the band I'm in and I help manage, Colonel Mustard and the Dijon 5, with Tom Maguire and the Brass Holes and the aforementioned Carol O'Connor, we announced that we're going to do 2 drive-in gigs at Strathclyde Park. Friday the 4th of September is going to be completely free, 350 vehicle spaces, completely free to any NHS worker, because our lead singer, John, the Colonel, he's an NHS community psychiatric nurse. His partner, Donna, shout out to Lady Mustard, she's also an NHS nurse in the Glasgow Infirmary. They've obviously been doing what they do throughout this. Now, we have a lot of NHS who follow our band. Our guitarist Chris, his mum and dad, shout out to Tony and Mary, they're also NHS as well, and I'm sure you know lots of people in the NHS. Like, we all know, we all have friends and family, a lot of us who work in the NHS. So I'm actually wearing Love Our NHS t-shirt. John's wee sister started up her own clothing line to make these and donate the profits to the NHS charities together, I think they're called, something like that. But all the way through this, I was getting involved in a startup company in the Barras market called This Is Makers, and we were helping to make PPE. Shout out to Gaz Penders, who said no Tory, no Crylink. So we were all doing our bit, because as conscious citizens who are wanting to play an active role in dealing with what was going on, we wanted to be seen to be doing something. Now, park that and then come back to music and creativity. I was just lying in my bed, I think at the end of April, when I was still depressed, and I seen an article that was shared about the first drive-in gig that was done in Europe, that was in Denmark, in Aarhus. As soon as I read it, instantly I thought, right, can we do that here in Scotland, somewhere, anywhere? And then one of the first places I thought about, because they do a drive-in cinema and have done for about 12 years, is Strathclyde Park. Luckily for me, I had a pal who's pals with the family there that run that, and then I started just making inquiries as to how we could do it. So I didn't know anything at all about Live Nation planning to do theirs at Ingliston Exhibition Centre. I suspected, after I read an article in Rolling Stone early May, which was then quoting directly from what the Vice President of Live Nation in the USA, that they were saying in the USA, drive-in gigs are happening. Now, the reason they were talking about, well, there were two reasons. Obviously, Trump had said that he was giving it back to the state governors, and he wanted them to start reopening the economy sooner rather than later, because Trump had said that he didn't want the solution to be worse than the problem. So economically, there was ground to do them, legal, safe and workable on their terms. But secondly, see if you think about, have you played or toured America, the USA?
No.
Okay, so when their culture, their youth culture began with drive-in cinemas and big wide open spaces. Then when music really kicked off in the 50s, these same wide open spaces, the people who owned them and the promoters, once rock and roll kicked off, they realised, well, actually, instead of the cinema screen, we'll stick a stage there. We'll pay the performers to play on the stage, and then the same people can come in, and it began as drive-in gigs before people were then like, okay, well, we can actually now just come and stand outside and be a crowd. And that's how the evolution of that started. So a lot of these outdoor venues over in the USA are amphitheatres, natural outdoor amphitheatres that were still perfectly set up to just go, right, we now need to change from indoor gigs, because they're not legal, safe and workable at the moment, to still providing some form of music and entertainment to the masses. And they started the drive-in gigs with a DJ who was quoted in it, DJ Nice, who, like yourself with your Instagram, Popular Sunday Gigs, he had created an incredible social media following doing these Instagram DJ sets. Right. And he was basically Live Nation's experiment. He was their test tube. And they started doing them. Like the first 4 gigs sold out in minutes. They added more shows. And then, as you know, then, Matthew, like the profit motive and the inherent drive for a capitalist organisation to make money then takes over. So I read that Rolling Stone article, and as I was reading it, it was clear to me from my background. I studied advertising and marketing at college in communications and PR and economics and journalism. I was reading it as a Rolling Stones article, but knew that it was definitely a Live Nation PR piece. And it made me think, these are coming. After I'd already had the idea, so I'm not claiming any exclusive ownership on the idea. I just decided to do something, because if I didn't try to be creative and thinking about adapting or dying, well, not literally dying. But I just wanted to do something that in some way we could have some light at the end of the tunnel as a transition point that would allow us to do something that maybe like more bands could then experience and do themselves, because I suppose it was also running simultaneously, Matt. Like, as I was seeing what all of our Barrowland gigs, which is a 1900 capacity venue, as I was seeing the ones that had been rescheduled from mid-March, second half of March, April, May, they were moving into April, September, October, November, which was already going to be quite a congested calendar anyway. But then they were then moving again as the shit was unfolding. And they were moving again. I know Bright Eyes.
Yeah.
The musician Bright Eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So he's moved out to September 2021. Fat Freddy's Drop has moved out to July 2021. And then all of these big acts that were mostly sellouts in the Barrowland. So when I realised that the indoor options were to come back and do something legal, safe and workable, we're moving further and further away. I actually just couldn't see any other option to try and do something, because that's me now unemployed, or bassist Gary's unemployed. What else are we going to do?
It's a bittersweet one, isn't it? Like I'm so happy in the sense that there's going to be live music in some description, and more than anything that, because for a lot of the bands that come back, like some of them will need it, like because there isn't as much money in music as people think even for some of the bigger bands, and certainly their session. And I'm glad to see that the crews will be then getting paid, because like the crews and the techs rely on touring. Like if it doesn't happen, so it's a bittersweet thing. But I can't help but feel that. I mean, I don't think any of that crossed Live Nation's mind. I don't think that's why they did it. I think
no, I agreed, and also, like even once you heard it coming out, do you think we were sitting at home waiting on Live Nation to call us to ask us to play one?
Nah, any of us, man.
Exactly.
I mean? Like, some of the bands on it were really strange. It was really weird choices, and yeah, it was just the usual. It was like a mixture of kind of strange choices and then the usual suspects. But that was the same even when they did festivals every year before gigs were cancelled. You never thought the phone call was really coming your way, because there's a pecking order, is there? So,
I mean, we were lucky. Like John and I have said in a few interviews that there's like a holy trinity that we would like to tick the boxes of because of what they mean to us, and one of them was playing the Barrowland Ballroom just at all as a support act or as a headliner. One of them was playing Tea in the Park, which shout out to DF for making that happen. We played the very last Tea in the Park. We were given 10 out of 10 ratings in the tea break stage and voted the highlight by some of the writers in the national press after it. So we ticked that box. And the last one is Glastonbury. We've had offers to play Glastonbury before, but it's been like 4 tickets to play Shangri-La at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Thursday night, which is a great slot, incidentally. But there's more than 4 people in our band, as we know. There's a lot of comments in here, just to sort of fire through them as we get deep into that chat there. Danny was saying during lockdown, sorry, Donna, I've not got my glasses on again. Donna, during lockdown, Kitty learned the guitar. Good on her. Susie's looking forward to hearing your music. Johnny, love Interpol, Come Here, great song. Spot on Ari, industry self-responsibility, that makes sense, definitely. Where are we next? Johnny, you shouldn't be a politician as a career. There's some truth in that. Amazon can pay music venues because we all know they don't pay tax in the UK. Correct. Absolutely, from Susie. I had a massive argument if somebody came to Scotland to help Ruth Davison for the Better Together campaign to look good in their CV. That's despicable in my book, Johnny. Capitalism fucks everything. Well, we can see that with the ecocide that's happening in the planet. Susie was agreeing with something. Spot on, mate. Is there a limit on vehicle size? if you're a larger people carrier, they'll sort of go to the side. Obviously, we don't want to restrict people's view. There's 50 sort of like VIP spaces that you'll get like a couple of t-shirts for that we're going to do like exclusive for the gig itself, and some food and drink. So you get the sort of front 50 spaces at that, but they've been doing the drive-in cinemas for 12, 14 years, and they know what they're doing in terms of the car park for everybody to have visibility. We're also going to have the big sort of 30-foot LED screen up, so there'll be some interactivity with that as well. But I think you're not allowed like big vans or minibuses or coaches, naturally. That's a great idea. We need an amphitheatre to bring a brolly. Susie, I'm in a band and I miss singing, not so much the money, just the vibe of singing live. I miss it. The band with my bands. I'd be happy to get safely and patiently wait for bookings. Well, we're all at different stages along that path. The La Fontaines are playing the Edinburgh Ingliston one. I've seen that. Half my living room windows are missing. Not sure what that means. Should we have a music interlude and play your retro video?
Go for it, man.
I think I might get a wee cup of tea actually just whilst we do this. Do you want to give a wee introduction and preamble to the song and the video, where people can get it, the genesis of the song, the video ideas?
Yeah, it's the latest single. It's the first offering from the second record. It's called Retro. It's kind of reflective, looking at life so far and growing up, and it touches a bit on nostalgia and a bit on race, which we're going to touch on later. We'll maybe touch on that later on, I don't know. And the video, we were just trying to have a bit of a dialogue about that and a bit of how that reflected on careers and music and shit. And I made it, as ever, with Tom Milner and Hannah McMillan, who I do all of my videos with, so we kind of self-produce all the Brownbear videos. I hopefully enjoy it.
Superb. And just, yes, on that point, we will talk about Black Lives Matter, why it's important now, forever, and has to be something ongoing, and what we can all do ourselves individually and as a collective to enhance and amplify the voices for the Black Lives Matter campaign. Because one of my favourite bands, Glastonbury being one of my favourite places, which I was sad to miss over the weekend, but I'd take a visit up to Strummerville, and Joe Strummer, one of my all-time favourite musicians and activist musicians, rock against racism. I usually always share this famous quote of his every show, just to let people know that we are anti-fascist, we are anti-violence, we are anti-racist, and we are pro-creative. We are against ignorance. Joe Strummer said that in 81, I believe. It stands as true for me and Matt today and every day as it was when Joe said it back then as well. So we'll chat a bit more about that on the other side. So sit back. We're going to watch the first video of maybe more from Brownbear. It's called Retro. It's 3 minutes and 40 seconds long. I'll pop myself and Matt onto mute. We'll see you on the other side. Thank you for sticking with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to be black affronted?
I've been thinking about the old days. Remember the dial-up tone, chatting to some old flames. Mama waiting on the phone, and now I'm 64, then we'd head to the arcade. We're trying to beat the highest score, and I've been praying for something special, but I'll keep waiting for something retro. And now I'm thinking about the next day. Can I even feed myself? I've been thinking about the big pay, so I can taste some wealth. Cause all this living hungry is messing with my mental health. How can you say you love me when you taught me to hate myself? And I've been praying for something special, but I'll keep waiting for something retro, just like you. Now let's talk about the future. Let's talk about what happens next. I'm so scared I'm gonna lose you. Is there even time to fix this mess? Cause I could feel it slipping backwards, back to the way that it used to be. Trapped by nostalgia, only truth can set you free. And I've been praying for something special, but I'll keep waiting for something retro. Yeah, I've been praying for something special, but I'll keep waiting for someone retro, just like you.
Hey, dude.
Oh, I was still on mute there. We're back, we're back. I'm just going to give that YouTube video a link for Retro a share in the comments. If you haven't already subscribed to the Brownbear YouTube channel, please do so. If you've not, why not? But you're here now anyway.
That's a good question. Patsy, thanks very much. Great tune, Matthew. Loving the Sunday sessions. Thanks, music. Thanks for listening, Patsy.
Brilliant. Yeah, check it out. I'm also, just for a bit of self-promotion here as well, I'm just going to give the 23 Universe YouTube channel a share in the comments. If you've not given that a wee sub, then please give that a wee sub. That'd be very kind of you. You'll see any future videos and all the previous podcast shows and all the previous bad Sunday sessions are on. Actually, Sundays we've got Tom Maguire, Amelia Baylor, I think another two still to confirm as well. But if you'd be up for doing a future Sunday session, Matt,
sure, man.
It doesn't clash with your Instagram one if that's midday. We normally do them from about 8 till 10. Nice wee relaxed, chilled out end to a Sunday night. Like most of these things, like they've just ran on and on as well. Colin made a very great point about a drive-in gig. No use to people that can't drive.
I think you're allowed to go in other people's cars, are you not?
Correct. Great point. Well put. Yep. What I've got a one-word answer to the question Matthew just asked there. So find some pals who've got a car, Colin. We're doing our best to try to come up with something to give people an opportunity to get together and just enjoy some music again. Great lineup. I made a point in Mark McGee's podcast earlier on. ultimately with anything, you can't please all of the people all of the time. In anything you do in life, you can't provide a solution that's a fix all solution. And this is just like a halfway house solution to playing indoors again. Well, at the sort of the capacities that we play, like who knows when that's going to be? I mean, even I think his name is Stuart Duffy, Matthew. He's the head of the Scottish Exhibition Campus, and he said last week in a Glasgow Live shared article that it's possible the Hydro might not even be able to reopen until 2022.
I know, but listen, like that's it. Like, so many bands are in this system of overnight successes and all this money thrown in and making sure they go straight to these tours, and both they miss out things like the Barras. And the Hydro closing doesn't mean a bad thing for Glasgow. That means that maybe that bands have to take a wee step down and do Barras and remember what it's like to do the venues that count. Or maybe they do 3 or 4 nights at the Barras. Like, you know, it would be a shame, but I think it would bring back a realism to music and to live music, because the Hydro's not an enjoyable experience. Who the fuck's enjoying that? You know what I mean?
Well, oh, right, okay. Well, I had this debate. Like, I'm partially deaf, right? Because I've got tinnitus. I'm partially blind because I don't wear my glasses. Like, well, and I've got a really bad sense of smell as well. So a lot of my senses, maybe it's an age thing. It could be. I think I just done far too much partying when I was younger, and my body's paying back.
The price.
In a number of ways. We were talking about that privately in the backstage green room. But anyways, it's needless to say, I led quite I embraced the experimental aspects of a techno diet over the weekend, over many years. So maybe that's why my senses are failing me now. That said, so somebody who obviously really knows sound, or like, no, the sound in the Hydro is absolutely shit. I've never seen a good gig. I've never heard a good gig in the Hydro. But see, for me, some of my favourite ever gigs have actually been in the Hydro. Last year, Chemical Brothers on Chemical Brothers on the Saturday night. No, was it the Friday night? Chemical Brothers on the Friday night. It was the same weekend as the Great Western Festival in Glasgow. Mm-hmm. So I think it was the Friday night, because actually the Chemical Brothers privately requested to get put on Woo's guest list when he was playing the QMU, and Ed and Tom from the Chemical Brothers went along to see him as their official after party after playing the Hydro. So shout out to Woo for that. Brilliant. I think he's brilliant what he's doing. So that was, I think that was the Friday, and then Bjork was the Sunday night, and Bjork put on a show which might possibly for me be like one of the greatest shows. I was crying. It was one of the greatest shows I think I've ever seen, and I love Bjork's my favourite female artist of all time. So it's quite a polarising thing, because so many people don't like the Hydro, and
I just think when it comes back, it'll be great. But in the interim, you've got a chance to get people back into the culture of things like the Barrowlands, and they're large enough that it's like a big atmosphere, but it's also got the intimacy. Whereas I feel like that part of it's lost a bit in the Hydro, like because it's so big. I think everything. Even from if you're like a pro wrestling fan or something, like think about the old days when you watched Raw and it was like Madison Square Garden, it was tight in and you felt the crowd's energy. Now you get these big massive arenas and it's loud because there's so many people, but it's not quite the same energy, you know what I mean? And I don't know, I'm not like, and then before they had those big things, like even with the SACC when I was really young and that was like used, that's fine, but when people got so big, you had to go and see them in like a football stadium. It was clash. Like, oh my goodness, this is a massive event. It's like, I don't know if it's like these big arenas are the step that, for me, that's my personal preference. Like when you get to a certain stage, but I feel like so much more could be done with the barras, for example.
Yeah, well, even in January, I think we had 92 gigs in the diary, which I think was going to be one of, if not the busiest ballroom years since live music restarted in it in 1983 when Simple Minds first came in to film the crowd scenes, the sort of live gig crowd scenes for the On the Waterfront video, which they then realised, oh, actually, why don't we put gigs on in here? And then promoters started putting on gigs, and that's the backstory for live music starting in the Barrowland Ballroom. But I totally agree with you. It's probably the most iconic independent venue, certainly in the UK. It's one of the most famous venues. It's an institution in the world. But I agree with you. Like a band like Ocean Colour Scene, they could sell out the Hydro, but they like to do multiple nights at the Barrowland Ballroom, and good on them for doing that. It would be amazing, but I mean, I'll share with you, Matthew, because this is very relevant to you. So I was privy to, there was a Nighttime Industries Association meeting, which is represented by like top promoters in Scotland. So like I'm guessing your Live Nations, your PCLs, your CPLs, your regular music, etc. They were there. So I think it was referenced that there was a study done in the Edinburgh Playhouse, which I think is 2,300 capacity theatre. And so as we move through the Scottish Government COVID-19 roadmap phases, based on 2 metre social distancing, indoor venues could only reopen at 12.5% of capacity, which you and I know is commercially unviable for everybody involved. Potentially come September time, if the R number stays below where it is just now or continues to go down, which 4 consecutive days with 0 COVID deaths is a positive, a hugely positive move forward in terms of the handling of it up here. And also there's no second wave. That's vitally important too. Then once we move to 1 metre social distancing, then venues could reopen indoors at a limited capacity of 60%, which could make some venues doable based on that. But that's where we're at. But again, there are still, because most of the gigs from the rescheduled gigs in the Barrowland from August onwards were sellouts. As their promoters have already now agreed with the booking agents, the tour managers, the management, the artists themselves, now that they're all moved, it's not like they could bring Peter Hook and the Light, who I think moved out to maybe January or February next year. So that's a 1,900 sellout of them playing Joy Division and New Order songs. They're not now. If that's doable at 60% from September, October, they're not suddenly going to bring that gig back again to do 2 nights back to back if they've already sold one out. So there's going to be a bit of a vacuum there. And again, it's the word's been used so many times. It's unprecedented what we're dealing with.
Totally, and we just have to take it as it comes. Like, I know there's a few people saying I agree. So as they saying about some artists should be in arenas, I agree. If it's like Bjork or Pink and they do big stage productions, it makes sense because you've got such a visual show. But some bands are just going out and playing on the stage. You're like, just do it at the bars, do it somewhere where people can feel part of it. We had Lizzo. I don't know how that would go down, but it like sound.
Best gigs are being up close. Can we not all wear bubble suits? Maybe.
Be sweaty.
Yeah, well said, Susie. Big cold arenas are horrible. But I think you're a guy who gets up on stage and plays your instruments and sings your songs, Matt. And I'm somebody that pretends to be in a band, but I'm on a stage. Well, sometimes I'm on a stage and sometimes I'm off the stage. But see that big cold arenas are horrible. I think there's a book, one of the books about the Barras that my pal wrote, Nola Naughton. Shout out to Nola Naughton for Barrowland, the Glasgow experience. I've got a quote in that where I say that one of the things that's magical about the Barrowland is the symbiosis between the venue, sort of Holy Trinity, like the venue, band, and audience.
Yeah.
Aye. But it's like a virtuous circle as well. Like the atmosphere wouldn't be created if it wasn't for the venue, but it's primarily led from the band, and then also the band being like bringing their A game and entertaining the audience enough that the audience are just right up for it. And I think when you come to play Glasgow, you've already, and people have paid to come to see you, then you've already ticked one of those boxes because you know you should get a good crowd. Mm-hmm. So really then it's down to you to put on the show. And I think when I seen Arcade Fire in the Hydro, one of the greatest gigs I've ever been to again, I was crying at that, just tears of joy in certain songs because of how much I love them. Like they threw everything into to the audience, and the audience reciprocated with that love, and you could feel it. So for some people at the Hydro might be a big solace, a big cold arena, but like, I mean, you must know that yourself. Like you know when a gig's going well or it's not, and how do you feel? How do you do you guys have a pep talk or how you're going to approach it? Like, what's your stagecraft?
Yeah, we focus really hard in rehearsals about how the set. We think about the set and peaks and troughs, and like we need to hit at this point here, and we want people to be feeling this here, and then we're going to come down and because we believe in putting on the best show. You know what I mean? I think if people have paid money to see you it's your duty to make sure they leave entertained. And before we go on, we always say like we're gonna. I don't love gigging so much. I don't like. I can take it or leave it sometimes. So when I do it, I mean it. You know, and I want to be there. And I always say to the band like we need to go out as if it's the last show we do. It's the best. Every time we go out, we want to be the best band. And we're actually talking just now about whether we do gigs again or if we think about a show next time. Because I think there's a difference. I think there's gigs and I think there's shows, and we want to move from being a fucking great gigging band to a band that puts on shows. And and I would rather do 5 to 10 great shows a year than 100 gigs. Like I think quality over quantity every time. And, but we work really hard on the set and that energy. But the thing is, you can't plan the energy you're going to get back. You can only go out and do your best. But when we played Touch last year, it was like we hadn't bargained for the energy we were going to get back. It was overwhelming, and I wear earplugs, so I can't hear anything. I've always done it. I don't want to hear loads of noise, and it's so I can concentrate on what I'm singing. And people were singing back so loud in Touch that I couldn't hear.
I was one of them.
Yeah, man, you were there, and I was like, I was turning to Sam the drummer, and I was saying I can't hear anything because people are so loud. It's crazy, but it was amazing. It was the best feeling in the world because it was the first time we'd walked out and seen people really like throw it back.
Your way,
yeah, it was so good, and then that's what I want every time, you know. That's why I'm like, we need to go out every time and deliver that show or better. But because the next time I do a show, I honestly want to do a show where people leave thinking, are they the best act? Is that the best show Scotland's produced this year? Like, I want people to be sitting there going, is that the best live performance I've seen this year? Because I believe we can do it at our level. I don't believe that has to be a major label thing. I think so. Like yourselves, man, you come every time and you put on a show that people leave talking about, and people go back and for us, I'm saying, you know, we do so much work visually for our videos, as we saw with Retro and that, and I'm like,
our videos are amazing.
We need to be putting that on as part of the show. We can't just keep turning up and we've shown we can turn up and smash out a gig. Now we've got to think bigger, I think.
Well, let's not forget his Uncle Bill's words echo through eternity. Do it, man.
That's it, man.
Do it. The only limit on it is your imagination. Just on the retro video, the people that made that video, do they have their own Facebook page I could give a share to that people could give that a wee like, or production company or anything?
See, I keep pressing them to make a production company, but they haven't. But I think Tom Allner Visuals, if you Google that, Tom Allner Visuals, and Hannah McMillan, I don't know if she's watching, hopefully she posts it, but Hannah McMillan, she does a lot for BBC Social. She's a great actress, great writer, great director. She directed Retro.
How do you spell Tom's surname?
Alner.
Tom Allner Visuals. Tom Allner, filmmaker, creative freelance filmmaker based in Scotland. There we go. She's got a website. So I'm going to give that a share in the comments. It's nice, even just for me, like leaving like Hansel and Gretel, wee electronic breadcrumbs that I can go back and check in the conversation as well. Patsy was saying how much prefer smaller intimate gigs these days, plus my budget really stretches to price at the Hydro. One of the great things about the Glasgow music scene pre-COVID was you would always have so much choice anyway. Like almost every night of the week you could see somebody great in Mono, the 13th Note, to Sleazy's, to the Garage, to the Barrowland, to the QMU, to the Hydro, whatever it was. For those of you who don't know, like Glasgow was actually the world's first United Nations UNESCO City of Music. A very proud accolade for Glasgow as a city. And I do commonly say it without bias, I do believe Glasgow is the greatest city for live music in the world. So on the other side of this, as Matt has said earlier on, and I 100% agree, like we're going to need to rebuild from the grassroots up. And I really just hope there was actually a bit of subvertising done on Idiot Johnson's graphics here in my graphic suite. But don't forget, when this is over, please support live music. That's what we need to do. And are we really waiting for a return to normal, or are we ready to build something different? These are the big questions. I hope it's different as well, mate. Angela was saying, not the bars. No, I wasn't referring to your so empty big cold arenas. Bars is definitely not a big cold arena. When it's empty, it's big and it's cold. I can tell you that from being in there when I was in working. But other than that, definitely not. Susie's never been to the Barrowlands, but you'll definitely need to rectify that.
Absolutely.
On the other side, it was brilliant. Loved it. Susie, electronic breadcrumbs. I like that. So tell us about your gigs in the greatest venue for live music in the world.
And we supported The View. We've supported Baby Shambles. And we supported the Libertines at the reunion show at the Barras, and that was just like out of this world. But I've never seen energy like it. That was the first time I really saw in action the floor bouncing. You know what I mean? Like that spring floorboard, both like the crowd was just wild. And yeah, it's just to me it was the dream. Like that to me, playing the Barras is the dream, and it was overwhelming to do it, like for sure. And I'm just so honoured that I've had the chance. Like I still want to go back and headline it. That's still the dream. It takes a while to get there, but I know if we keep working hard, we can do it. And it's just the greatest. Man, I can't even explain it. Like, see when you step on that stage, it's like you just feel the history, do you?
Yeah,
like you just feel you're humbled to be on it, you know. And I can't explain. You can't explain that. It's just something that happens when you walk on that stage. You just know that you're going to kick out. You're going to knock it out of the park every time, because it just means. I suppose if you were a football fan, you know, if you were a Kelly fan your whole life and you got to walk out and play in Rugby Park or Celtic Park or whatever, like for Celtic supporters or Ibrox or Rangers supporters, like that feeling, it's just like everything that you've dreamt about your whole life, everything that inspired you to do what you wanted to do, and you're standing in that place, man. You're like, this is it. This is as good as it gets.
I know. And I don't know if you've seen this picture before, but the original ballroom was built in 1934.
Wow.
So that's the original Barrowland with the market trading entrances underneath it. Now, that building sadly burnt down in 1958.
Mm-hmm.
See the wee guy with the wheelbarrow at the very top of it?
Yeah.
So one of the only things that they salvaged for the new one, which was opened in Christmas Eve 1960, one of the only things that they salvaged from the original one was the actual barrow, the wheel on the wheelbarrow.
Right.
And so when you walk in through the front doors and you come up the punter stairs, right above your head, the wheel is there as a neon sign with a light strip around it. So that created a nice link between the old and the new, and the building that we know and love, that we've played as well, it's now 60 years old, man. 60 years old. I'm just going to give the Barrowland, like every live venue, is obviously going through its own process at the moment. I'm going to give the Barrowland merchandise a share there in the comments. Earlier on, Shazza up in Glenrothes in Fife, she actually very kindly bought one of our 23 Universe hoodies. I'm going to give her. It's not something that I promote quite a lot, but I suppose I'm unemployed now, and any money would be good. So I've just given our 23 Universe, 23 merch. It's T-shirt Nation, who do all of our Dijon merch as well. Feel free to have a look at that if there's anything that you're interested in. Susie was asking, is that Vimto on your reading tumbler? It's not important, I'm just nosy. Believe it or not, Susie, I actually do have a bottle of Vimto in my fridge, fizzy Vimto, but this is just Co-op's own brand diluting juice that I'm drinking just now. And actually, Matt, you mentioned earlier on, 7 years sober you've been?
Yeah, man. 7 years, I think.
Fist bump to you for that, mate.
Oofed.
Well done.
What you're saying? Was it 12 years for you? Is that how long it's been?
It's what's today's date? It's 11 years. 11 years, 1 month, and 24 days.
Wow.
What was it for you? The greatest decision you've ever made in your life?
Definitely, like, just feel so much healthier. I wasn't crazy on it, you know, but I just feel so much healthier, and I was not someone that could function well on it, and it would have, you know, I think if you used it to get on stage, you know, that's a bad place to be. And I also kind of caught on really early that folk were trying to pay me in beer. I thought, well, fuck it, if I don't drink, then those motherfuckers are going to pay me, you know what I mean? It was like a business decision as much as anything.
And totally how it starts out though, isn't it? Like your first gigs, you're always just paid in booze.
That's it. And that's it. That's just, I mean, this comes into, like, man, what we talked about a bit earlier today, and a lot of venues are struggling, but there's a lot of venues that didn't pay bands before COVID and aren't going to pay them after it. And sadly, with things like Music Venues Trust, all the venues are lumped together, and it's hard to know where your money's going, if it's going to save some really great venues who need it and who have champion music, or if you're going to save some venues that have spent their time shafting bands. And this is what I mean with, like, the music's such a complex business. You know, it's not like one tangible answer for anything. Yeah. And this weird, there's just been weird shift where, for me, I took a step back and I was like, you know, we're all out here because we're so passionate and we want to save the venues because we know so many good ones and so many great people that work at venues. But who's out there collecting for acts? Who's out there saying, let's save the artists, let's save the people that we need to fill the venues? And I worry that the onus is always on the artists, you know, at the bottom, to make sure they keep releasing and keep gigging and keep venues open and keep the industry ticking over. And I don't know how much to go back to them, and I heard that maybe Help Musicians are starting to run out of funds to be able to support artists, and that's a bit worrying. And I hope that people, if they get the chance or if they have anything to spare, can have a look into Help Musicians and see what they do. They've been sending out little parcels of money to as many artists as they can to help them pay their immediate bills, and they've done an amazing job through COVID to support artists. And again, we need to think about, are there things set up to protect crews and protect the techs and the people that go in? That you know yourself, man. Like, people that work in the crews are the first people in the building and they're the last people out. They're the fucking heart of this industry, and I'm not sure anything's ever talked about for them or ever put in place to protect them. And
yeah, because a lot of these guys, they're on 0 hours contracts as well.
Totally.
And they've had to take the work as and when the gigs come in. Like I can say that from personal experience. Like I've done some of that roading work myself before. So I mean, that is definitely another reason. Like why I also wanted to try and do what I could, particularly with these drive-in gigs as well, because I really, as a staunch socialist, even on my arm, I can't bend my arm around the right way.
This camera's confusing because it's like in reverse, isn't it?
I know. Anyway, so you know, Rage Against the Machine, they've got the red star, the red star of socialism. I've got that tattoo on my inside. I can't do it, man. It's inside my arm, trust me.
I believe you.
And the reason I've got that is threefold. One, I love Rage Against the Machine, one of my favourite bands of all time. Secondly, I was brought up a working class family. My dad was a fireman, 22 years in the Carlton fire station directly across from the Barras. It used to be the busiest fire station in Europe at one point. My dad was more leaning sort of towards being a Trotskyist, actually, but still had very strong socialist values. He was involved in the creation and all the agitation and work that the Anti-Poll Tax Federation done in order to what became the largest act of civil disobedience in this country's history. He was secretary for the Fire Brigade Union. Maggie had called them the enemy within because they were the most left-leaning public services union. When Maggie came in, she gave the police an automatic 15% wage rise and fuck all to the nurses and the firemen because she knew she was going to need the policemen to do all of her dirty business throughout her term to impose unfettered neoliberal capitalism on the world. But I strongly believe in socialist values and the power of the collective. And being a Liverpool supporter, and still in shock that we won the league last Thursday night for the first time in 30 years. Bill Shankly himself says, the way I see life is the way I see football. He says, yes, I'm a socialist at heart, but socialism to me is the giving and the receiving of things. It's everybody working together with one another. But you're not trying to be better than the other, but you're all working for a collective good. And if everybody's succeeding, then everybody gets an equal share of the rewards from whatever input they've put into it. That's the way I see football. That's the way I see life. And he was Shankly is undoubtedly probably the biggest legend in Liverpool's history, coming from the small Ayrshire mining village of Glenbuck. He went down there to Liverpool and turned them into, as he called them, his bastion of invincibility. And he laid the foundations morally for what our whole club stands for. And if you're a supporter of Liverpool, you'll find, and that's probably one of the reasons why I don't say I started supporting Liverpool. I say Liverpool found me, and then that's why I became a supporter of Liverpool. And that's what I see. I think you yourself as well, you've worked in music for a while now, so you totally understand how wide the whole music ecosystem is, and how interconnected it is, and how interdependent we all are on one another. So that's really like another reason why I wanted to do something that would kind of like kickstart the music economy at our level, and whatever way I could. You don't get big car parks down in Ayrshire.
Probably, man, but it's not how it is. Ayrshire's not set up to function about music, mate. But I will say, with that mentality, like Freckfest, and they run gigs mostly out of the Harbour Arts Centre in Irvine, but they do take on bigger ones. They've instilled such a great culture down here. They've gotten people to believe in music, and they've got their kind of own audience, and they do all of it. I think it's volunteers, and all of it's to raise awareness and proceeds for the food banks in the local area, and they just are giving so much, man. And to me, when I went and we finally got a show together and that was their ethos, I just thought, this is it. Like, this is what it should be. Like, we should be about giving back. For everything you're taking out, you should be giving back. And I think small changes could make a huge difference in this business. Like, if you take West FM and Clyde, like West being the kind of Sounds for Ayrshire version of it, they don't play Scottish music, man, and they don't play Ayrshire acts. And we could maybe do 1, 2, 3 nights at Harbour Arts if we weren't doing shows elsewhere. If we were on the main playlist at Clyde for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks a month, or the West, like, we might be doing 10 nights, and that's 10 shows in that economy in that area. Like, if we were to let local bands, and I'm not saying just let them on if they're not at the standards, man, like, make sure there's a quality control. But if you played 1 or 2 acts, or you give an hour a week, but the thing, if you give an hour a week and you call it new music, people will go, I'm just going to not listen. If you just bleed them into the main playlist, and the same for Glasgow, and the same for the main the FM radios in Dundee for their acts, and so on and so forth, then you've got acts in your area who are filling. There's a need for all the venues in Ayrshire, because there's loads that sit empty, or there'll be loads that don't really get used, or they've not got constant acts. And then you build crowds, and then crowds go, this is good quality, I loved coming here, I don't have to leave my city to see good things. And then touring bands start to come in. Before you know it, your local economy's growing, and it's just fucking simple. It's just like, if you put into your area, you'll get out of your area. Yeah. And but sadly, Clyde won. They're not playing any shit like that, are they? Like, the best you're going to get Scottish wise is probably like Capaldi and Cinnamon. Like, what the fuck use is that to the rest of Ayrshire, or to the rest of the scene in Glasgow, or, you know what I mean? So again, it come back to what I say all the time, is we need to start holding into account everyone in our industry about whether they're actually giving back to the areas that they represent. Because especially coming out of COVID, it's all about supporting local. It's got to be about building. Clean up your own house first, man. That's the biggest thing, isn't it? Yeah.
You've said something there very resonant with one of the podcasts that I was watching during my depressed April, which probably had the most positive impact on me. Have you watched The Midnight Gospel on Netflix?
No.
Absolutely amazing. I'm going to send you the trailer for it after this, but it's like a yellow submarine type psychedelic animated podcast where the main character Clancy is Russell Trussell has got his own podcast called The Family Hour. So he plays Clancy, and Clancy is in space, and he's a space caster. So he goes into this virtual simulation machine, which fires him into a virtual reality universe that he wants to go to, where he can experience a different reality. But when he goes there, he meets a protagonist character, an animated psychedelic character there, who is maybe like a Buddhist teacher or somebody who just imparts all this really, really wisdom. And one of them in it was a guy who in the USA was wrongfully convicted of the murders of 3 young kids, which were satanic ritual murders. And basically, because he listened to like Marilyn Manson, him and his 2 pals were wrongly convicted. He spent 18 years on death row, wrongfully convicted, and finally the verdicts were overturned. But when he was in death row, he embraced Buddhism and kind of like spiritual magic with a K at the end, and he just completely reimagined an alternate, happy Buddhist, forgiving his enemies, alternative reality tunnel that basically got him through it and then eventually released. Now, there's a phrase he said in that, which is a Zen proverb. You've says you've got to tend to your own house. The Zen proverb along the exact same lines is you can only tend to the garden that you can reach. And right now, what is our garden here in Scotland? Well, it's all our local pockets of community. And if the Scottish music community needs to be rebuilt, and if we can rebuild it from the grassroots up stronger, then we'll create stronger foundations and we'll change some of the systems, hopefully positively, that we don't agree with. So like what you've just said there, I wholeheartedly agree with. Somebody like Clyde One, probably the number one commercial radio station in Scotland, like, why are they not playing more Brownbear? Why are they not playing
fuck Brownbear as well? Like, I just mean like new bands, like just like
exactly.
There's so many bands that are actually creating a buzz, and you're more likely to see them on for like an interview or like, I don't know, man. It's just even the way they go about doing press, or like man, at some point you're like, would you just be better buying an advert in Clyde? Just pay for a fucking advert spot. If they don't pay your tunes, just buy 3 minutes of adverts and fucking get your song on, man. Is that what it's going to be? Like, if you've got the money.
You should start doing jingles with some subliminal Brownbear suggestive advertising in it.
But it's just like,
you're right.
See to add like 1 or 2 acts a week or you know, like, to the playlist, that's nothing on them. Like, what, drop them 2, so we don't get to listen to fucking Ricky Martin for a week? Did the public really give it? The thing is, man, like, we're force-fed music, so we just get it piped in our ears until it's all right. But I think that's one of the fears that major labels have had through COVID, is like people stop and they're not digesting music the same because they're not working or traveling. So you're traveling, you're not got time to think about what you want to listen to or find new bands because you're working. It's part of the routine. When you sit at home and you're listening to that music objectively and you're thinking about it, you're probably starting to listen to lyrics going like, why am I listening to a song about a guy that's texting or something? This is bullshit. And then the industry's sweating because they're like, well, we got rid of all the writers because we didn't want to pay them, and we've called producers writers, and all these people that can't write now it's like, well, do you know what? You got found out. Like, the internet and digital downloads did not ruin music. It was the fucking arrogance of that industry that thought they could market bullshit to you, and they've been caught out because they've ruined it. Like, they've thought so much about the short term gains that they haven't seen in the long term. They're just killing their own market because the standard is beyond terrible. See, when I listen to music now, I just think it's embarrassing. They should be embarrassed as well. When was the last time they created a superstar? I mean, maybe Amy Winehouse was the last superstar. You know what I mean? That's fucking embarrassing. That's a failure. Every single person in that industry should be hanging their head in shame because they've forgotten how to do their job. And instead of doing that, they go, yeah, but we're posting record sales and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you've cornered the market. Good on you, but you aren't actually creating the product. Like, it's time for them to take a good long hard look at themselves and change how we function. And that starts at the bottom. And like I say, like, to put 1 or 2 or 3 new acts on Clyde is nothing to them. It won't affect their life, will it? You know, it won't.
Agreed.
But it could affect it could really change a band's life. Or an artist's life.
Totally. I'll run through some comments here. We can maybe get some music again. Jude was saying that you get paid in beer tokens. Shaz, a good job. It was just beer. Well, Shaz, actually, it's not always just been beer that we've been offered to be paid by. So I know what you're referring to there. Maybe Matthew will have had past experience of that as well. Susie doesn't drink either, and often gets offered drinks in lieu of payment. I make this point that I'd rather have the cash correct. Very valid point. Thanks for tuning in, Jude. Hope you're well. Up in Fife as well. Susie, crews are important, vitally important. We're all part of the wider ecosystem as well. Colin, huge one in Irvine Beach Park. Hickman, here's my challenge to you or anybody else out there in the 23 universe that's watching this. I once went down to Liverpool for a thing called the 14-hour Super Weird Happening. It was in 2017. It was the 50th anniversary of the first summer of love in 1967. It was a reimagining of what was called the 24-hour Super Weird Happening that was held in Alexandra Palace. It had all like your 60s counterculture heroes, Beatles, the Stones, Timothy Leary, Allen Ginsberg. All these people travelled from all over the world to come to it. and the whole point of it was organised to be a meeting point of minds to take the mycelium spores of ideas in 1967 and let them cross-pollinate with one another and all the amazing people that would meet there, and then go from there and go out and create an influence and take culture down the path that they wanted to take it down to. It was arguably successful in its own ways, etc. However, the 50th anniversary of that reimagining in the Florey in Liverpool, which was once a bombed-out venue, was taken over in community ownership. They raised like £1.5 million through community funding and local government funding, European funding as well. Incidentally, Liverpool was a non-Brexit city. I would just like to add that for the record as well. Good on them. They actually done some analysis by the university and based that on the fact that they don't read the Scum newspaper in Liverpool because of the Hillsborough boycott, which made it a non-Brexit city. So there you go. Whoever controls the media controls the mind, as Jim Morrison once said. So Alan Moore was the keynote speaker. You know Alan Moore, who wrote V for Vendetta? Mm-hmm. He's considered to be one of the greatest living English writers of literature. And Alan Moore said this thing, which I've never forgotten since that April Fool's Day 2017. He stood up and he very impassionedly, so he's from, in his own words, a shithole called Northampton, where not much happens in Northampton. It's called Little Scotland, actually, because when the steel mills and the coal mines shut down because of Maggie in Scotland in the 80s, there's like loads of Scottish people went to Northampton because some of the steel mills were still open there. So it's called Little Scotland. But anyway, Alan Moore said, wherever culture does not exist, it is incumbent upon us to create it. Mm-hmm. Because who else is going to create it? So Colin, my challenge to you, Hitman, get a fucking crew together and get a fucking drive-in gig happening somewhere in Ayrshire.
I'll be there.
Aye, well, why not? Like we need to get out there. We just need to make it happen, man. Make it happen. Susie's played at Harbour Arts and Susie Sweet Pea Fairy. I'm just going to give the Freckfest Facebook page a share as well. Please
get on Freckfest, Colin. Speak to Freckfest and see if they're up for doing a drive-in gig.
Well, Colin, like, even if they love cover bands, which is a lovely segue because I've got Matt's covers song lined up to share shortly. Brilliant, Colin. Your collective consciousness. We're reading one of ours, collective consciousness here. Well, put on a covers band. I mean, I've had one of my favourite cover bands in Scotland. I'm not going to name them just now, but they've contacted, in fact, two now. Two my two favourite cover bands in Scotland, of two of my favourite bands. So I'll leave it at that. Laura loves Midnight Gospel. Yes, it's amazing. Natural conversations, then psychedelically animated. Yeah, so life changing. I'll send you the trailer. In Dumfries, we have two community radio stations that are very supportive of local bands run by volunteers. We need more of that. Yes, marketing bullshit. They've conditioned people to expect things to be short-lived and moved on to the next. Matthew, you've made Lockdown Easy on Sundays promoting Brownbear and promoting you as. Brilliant. Well, there you go. There's Matthew. He's created culture on Instagram for anybody who tunes into his Instagram. And just on that note, I'll give Matthew's Instagram a share again in the comments, and I'll even bring back that wee banner again there as well. Colin, problem is the Ayrshire councils are not interested in helping the arts. Well, things need to change, mate. Colin, this is a game changer, and we're moving through a portal into a new normal. So the situation is clear. The Music Venues Trust, they're on their knees. 520 of approximately 850 Music Venue Trust venues applied for emergency funding in April and said that if they didn't receive anything, they'd be out of business within the next few weeks, months. The first Sofaphone sing-along UK-wide campaign led up here by Luke Gibson from Luke Love Opie. Well done, Luke. UK-wide raised £1.5 million. That was still only enough to help 150 venues, still leaving 372 venues who were still saying that they were going to be out of business. There was another Scottish Music Venues Trust, 2 gigs done there back-to-back as well. I don't know. They were transparent, said they were going to help like Steaky Pete's and the Tooth and Claw in Inverness. I don't know how much was raised exactly or how much was helped. But, Colin, if the last thing that are going to reopen is indoor gigs, live gigs in indoor venues and theatres, then the council need to somehow, if they can, get behind and help putting music on outdoors, because that's the safest way. It's the only legal, safe and workable way to do it before we can get back indoors. So as Jamie Coleman says there.
Yes, Jamie Coleman.
All right, Jamie La. Get it done, Colin. It's incumbent upon you. You're in Ayrshire, not just you. Get a team.
I'm here as well. Colin, why don't we get a chat with the folk at Freckfest? Can we just do it?
Aye, definitely.
See if we can all make it happen. Murray Baxter, he'll be up for it.
Please, man, please do.
Anna Sweeney, look at the talent in Ayrshire. The Ranzas, Anna Sweeney, Brownbear.
Thank you very much for tuning in. Matthew, you're totally right. And also, people are scraping their windows at the moment. They've been in for so long, right? Mm-hmm. So really, what I hope in terms of what we are doing, obviously, with us being so... Well, anyway, regardless of their band connections to the NHS, like to thank the NHS, and also thank you to all the key workers for everything that they've been doing through this as well. But our Friday is a free gig for the NHS. I'll share the events in the comments as well. But an Ayrshire lineup in Ayrshire doing something similar, you would hope that the collection of bands there that you've just mentioned, like whatever all the last venues were that they sold out, you've really got to hope that the community mobilises and comes out in full support for something like this, because we've said it before, and we'll repeat it again several times throughout the show. We need to start rebuilding from the grassroots up, and we need to build stronger foundations for us. Over to you, Matt.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I think we just need to maybe... I never really thought about doing it, but maybe we should do it. Maybe we should just see if we can make it happen and get some great Ayrshire bands on. And I suppose it depends on... I don't know how much the cost of putting these things on is going to be and what it's going to be per car, but we can figure that all out. Maybe we could do it for something good as well, you know.
I'm happy to have a chat with you, mate. You know that. Anything you want to know about what we're doing in terms of or costings and all the rest of it and logistics and stuff, I'm more than happy. I would be absolutely nothing would make me happier as one singular outcome from this show tonight than for driving gigs to happen in Ayrshire. There was another thing as well, right? I'll tell you what really got me, Matthew, right? But I've said already I'm a Liverpool supporter. Just before I go on to this, right? So Colin was saying, yeah, it would be awesome. Colan. All right, John. John would love to see that.
Yeah, it's for man, it's happening.
I'm up for an Ayrshire gig. So yes, thanks for tuning in, Scott.
Good man, Scott. We're in Ayrshire, you Scott. We're in Ayrshire. Yes,
right. So before I'm going to do that, just before I forget my train of thought, it was football. I shared the Freckfest. What was the other? The Harbour Arts
Centre, yeah.
Don't forget, the Harbour Arts Centre. So I'm just going to get Harbour. Oh, my Facebook is froze. Harbour Arts Centre, right. So I'm just going to give the Harbour Arts Centre Facebook a share there. I think we were in talks to play there.
Pelican Road.
Yes, mate. All times. Pelican Rogue. Get the notepad out, Matt. Get the notepad out.
Yeah, right next to I remember to look it up.
Right, cool. What am I looking for here? Yeah, I know what I'm looking for. Right, so I'm just going to give, for those that want to check them out and for those that would like to get involved and for those that would love to come along and see Currently listed in the Dijon 5, Tom Maguire in the Brass Holes, Carly Connor, DJ5 warm-up set at Strathclyde Park at the beginning of September. If you or you know someone who's in the NHS, they can apply for a free ticket for your vehicle. That will get you in on the Friday night, first come, first serve. So I've just shared the event for that in the Facebook comments. So the other thing that made me think about this idea, Matthew, Pex is feeling the positive, procreative vibes. It's we've got great company for that, Petra, and also we've got two people watching over us. One in the spirit world is William Melvin Hicks. We've got Frank Zappa reminding us that music is the only religion that delivers the goods. And we've got the Grand Priestess herself, Yoko. Yoko's giving us the inspiration here, the artistic inspiration. But okay, so what got me? I am a football fan, football supporter of Liverpool FC all my life. I've got family in Liverpool. Love them all dearly. Growing up, obviously, drink related as well, just the way I was, being young, a bit stupid and ignorant. I was tribal, being a football fan. I think that's that's the bad side of football. I'm not tribal about it anymore. After Hillsborough, and when I started getting involved with the Hillsborough Justice Campaign, really getting involved with the Hillsborough Justice Campaign, the Hillsborough Family Support Group, I realised that it wasn't a matter of life and death, but it was just a game. And I started to become just less competitive about it. Plus, also, when I stopped drinking, I changed my whole outlook on a lot of things, and football was one of them. However, the UK Minister for, I think it's like Media, Culture, Leisure and Sport or something like that. That's his department. So what they were doing is they came up with like Project Restart to say that, like, they were basically saying to the nation, from an entertainment perspective, we know that the majority of your morale through this lockdown is not going to be lifted until you get football back, which I personally, as someone heavily involved in music, I was really insulted at, because football's entertainment. So why is music not having a similar Project Restart? And
also that people turn to musicians and artists to entertain them throughout lockdown, irrespective of the fact that most artists probably had lost their income and were also feeling like shit. You were putting on a brave face and entertaining people because that's the right thing to do. So it's never mind like football needs to come back to entertain people, man. Fucking musicians and artists have been doing it the whole lockdown.
Exactly, mate. Fucking right on, bro, man. Totally. And that's the thing. Like, what did you actually see footballers doing keepy uppies on their Instagram out in their back garden to keep people entertained?
But fair play to Marcus Rashford, though. He set an example.
He did.
So like, we can't detract from that. Like,
no, definitely not. Well, that's a positive example of a celebrity using their platform for good. And I've always believed that if you've got a platform where you can share a voice, that's why I've been very. I've loved the guests that I've had on this podcast show that have joined me. I have actually felt sadness and guilt for the ones that I've had to cancel because of my job circumstances, and I'm sorry. Like, Scott was one of them who was going to come on, but obviously I committed to tomorrow night's with Miracle Glass Company, and then I really need to get a focus on job hunting because my universal credit application was processed on Friday and accepted, but I can't survive on that forever. And I wouldn't want to. I want to get back and be doing something that gives value to my life and gives me a reason for being again. So you're right, Matthew. People can use their platform for that. But what got me was like this minister is saying that it's only football. So that again, I took that as a personal challenge also to go, right, well, there must be something though that can be done and then the drive-in gigs idea happens. So if that becomes a grassroots thing that takes off,
I think if, you know, if it's not monopolised into being something that can only be afforded to be done by the big companies, then it is an amazing thing because it kickstarts. But I guess a lot of people from the start felt like, well, we were probably, like Colin said, I know there's belief and I know there's tackling people, but there is a chance that we're going to come up against, we're going to go tonight and go, right, let's do it. And you're going to get to Ayrshire councils and notorious as they are, they're going to say, nah. And that'll be the end of it. And I think that's what makes it harder. It's always harder to do. Like I was talking about earlier, man, like everyone wants to do the same as the major artists are doing, but it's about funding and access to do it, which often you don't have at this level. But hopefully I stand corrected and we can make something happen in Ayrshire. I really hope so.
Got to have a wee bit of belief as well. A wee bit of belief that we can make it happen. Well, and talking of making things happen, the 23 podcast show began as an idea that you very kindly got on board with as well, which allowed us to both go back into our favourite venue for live music in the world, the Barrowland Ballroom. So shall we have a wee musical interlude and watch your covers video and shout out to Sabrina and Wendy? Have you been keeping in touch with them throughout lockdown?
Of course, and they're doing well. And we were trying to figure out at one point how we might be able to do some wee sessions or whatever, and like doing the backing vocal stuff. It just never worked out on the apps. We're all a bit laggy, but yeah, I keep in touch, and they're doing great, and both have their own projects. As well, like Wends. If you're on Instagram, search Wends, Wends, and she's in a reggae band, ENDS, Wends Music, and she's got a reggae band called Redemption. So, man, she's just so proactive and such a great writer and great singer, and I'm so privileged to have both Wendy and Sabrina doing the Brownbear project as well, man. They've been such a great addition.
Aye, they were brilliant. Two lovely singing voices. As little as I know them, seem like two really lovely lassies. Obviously, you know them better than I do. Well, in fact, you're Sabrina's mum. I forgot about that. There's Laura saying the arts are essential. They are. Ads, thank you for tuning in. Scott, 100% councils make it difficult, but use farms, speak to landowners, car park owners. Where there's a will, there's a way. And I had a venue line up come out. South Wales Council wouldn't give us a licence, couldn't have afforded anyways, 10k. Okay, well, I'm just going to leave before we watch this Matt, Wendy and Sabrina version of covers in the Barrowland Ballroom acoustically, semi-acoustically. I will leave it on this side with, again, what Alan Moore said to everybody on April Fool's Day 2017 in the Florey in Liverpool in Toxteth. Wherever there is no culture, it is incumbent upon us to create it. And that's the challenge. So I'll mute myself and Matt. Enjoy this video. I've not seen it for a wee while, actually, so I'm looking forward to seeing it again. We'll see you on the other side.
How you doing? We're Brownbear, and we're here on the 23 podcast show, and we're going to do a wee session, but we're also at Tuts on the 28th of March with the full band, so come and see us. This song's called Covers.
You say it hurts, but I don't feel it. You call love, but I don't see it with you. Still, I'm gonna see this through. Oh, I'm so comfortable with you. You say let's break the habit. There's so much left you still want to do, and that suits me so perfectly. I think I'm better off without you. Then I pull back the covers to find you got another love, and I'm not your comfort after all. In a moment I realize I'm the one who's living lies, because you've already moved on. And now you tell me you're leaving. I'd do anything to make you stay. All these feelings are so misleading. I think I'll fall apart without you. Then I pull back the covers to find you got another love, and I'm not your comfort after all. In a moment I realize I'm the one who's living lies, because you've already moved on. And I know this sounds a little crazy, but I've been thinking lately that we're perfect after all. And I don't think we needed saving. It just got complicated, but now you're back where you belong, or so you thought. And then you pull back the covers, you find I've got another love, and I'm not as foolish as you thought. I know, in a moment you realize you're the one who's living lies, because I was never in love.
Oh, we're back. We're back. Thank you. That was covers. Nice wee bit of nostalgia. Great to see that again. I'm just going to give that video a share there. Please subscribe to the 23 Universe YouTube channel, please. And thank you to Andy and Frankie Anderson for the filming in the video. I think we had Gavin Scott in helping out as well on the night. And thank you to Tom Joyce and all the management and everybody. The night watchman on the night, can't remember which one it was. It would have been Tamar Allen for letting us use the iconic empty ballroom there to film that, and the many other ones that we did. Very, very kind. Chris loves you.
I love you, Chris. Chris Gregg's amazing. Chris Gregg and the Merchants, check them out.
Nice one. How you doing, Chris? Thanks for joining us. Sabrina was laughing at me calling you her mum, I think. Donna McDonald, hey, Janet. Hope something. Sabrina, brilliant with Kodak Ghost. Yes, I shared the Kodak Ghost Facebook page earlier on. I think I've still got it up, so I'll just give it another share. Check them out too. John Kraken, love the Uke vibes. Likewise. One of my fave Brownbear tracks, yes. Laura, I can't read what those emojis are.
It's a rock on and a bear.
Oh, right, okay. Nice.
Laura's over in Seattle as well.
Oh, is she? Hello, Laura. Hello, Laura in Seattle. Okay, so just remove that comment from Laura. Thanks for tuning in. We've got an international audience. Whilst we have an international audience, and before we broke to watch the song, said this is a platform for open and free discussion, but also to use this platform to discuss about positive change and what we can do to positively affect society and the rest of the world, and discuss things that are going on in the world and what we need to change. So kind of like Peter Griffin, what really grinds my gears. But, not really a laughing matter, but certainly it's something that needs to be definitely addressed. Going to say again, Joe Strummer, he wanted the world to know the Clash, Joe himself, the band, they were anti-fascist, they were anti-violence, were anti-racist, they were pro-creative, they were against ignorance, as are Matt and myself. And we're now going to talk about Black Lives Matter, why it's important now, why it's always been important, why it will always be important moving forward. And I would like to hear Matt tell us what we can do within ourselves personally and within our local communities, tending to the garden that we can reach, what we can do. So over to you, Matt.
I think that's the biggest thing in it. It's like, obviously we should all show solidarity to the reason the cause came about and what it stands for. But the biggest thing we can take away from in Britain and in Scotland is how that reflects here. And I think we can't bring in things like police brutality, because I don't believe that to be the same systemic issue here. Our police are trained in such a different way. But I think we have to look at existing racisms and the subtleties of racism that still exist in Britain and figure out how we tackle that. And education for me has always been the way. Like, we need to, I admire so many people have used this time to go and read and watch documentaries, and they've wanted to learn, and it's been amazing. And it's amazing to see people posting about James Baldwin and Malcolm X and Angela Davis and Toni Morrison and all these people that I grew up being aware of, and had I ever brought them up, most people wouldn't have known who they were. And changing that discourse and having positive Black voices and role models, and not just from America and Britain, but from Scotland as well, that's going to be such a big part of changing things and changing perception. And that's where we start. You know, I believe changing the education system, one, and I think we need to start thinking about having a national slavery museum in Scotland, because our part in the transatlantic slave trade and the kind of beginnings of real racism are massive, and I don't think we've ever taken real ownership of it, because it's hard. I think it's hard. I think when you first find out about Scotland, I found it really hard, even being Black and coming from a Black background and being proudly mixed, and so proud of both being Scottish and of Black heritage. I found it hard to believe as a Scot that we could have done anything like that. You know, I was like, it wasn't us. And that is something that still goes on. I still feel like we kind of almost can't believe that we would do that. I don't know if that's how you feel the same, or how your education in it was growing up.
Yeah, well, just to address that, you mentioned Angela Davis. I want to just bring up, excuse me. Excuse me. Susie, I've now got a bottle of Impto, you'll be pleased to know. Sorry, I was beginning to choke there. When I was watching your video, I was eating a biscuit and I realised that just the video was about to end. And
try to scoff it.
But I knew the biscuit didn't go down exactly right, so that's it now coming back on me. But I was trying to. The graphic's not sure. I'll just read it out. Okay, so Angela Davis. I've been quoting this quote of hers because this is one for me of one of the civil rights activists. One of the most important quotes that's being shared. In a racist society, it is not enough to be non-racist. We must be anti-racist, and it's not for me. For me, it's not. It's certainly not black versus white. It's everybody against racists.
Totally.
And I think those are the lines the red lines that we need to draw in the sand. Now, I loved history, and I was aware from a very young age through my dad actually of the revisionist of imperialist history, and even down to being raised a Roman Catholic, and even down to the brainwashing and conditioning that exists within that, to the point, John, who I've known since primary one at St Barbara's Primary School, John will remember when my priest, our priest, at first Friday of every month, we used to have just purely religious stuff fucking shoved into your brains, and when I was a kid, I'd read Darwin's Theory of Evolution, or the Adaptation of Species, and I was also really into dinosaurs. So I asked him a question in the Q&A religious part, and I was like, Father, why are there no mention of dinosaurs or evolution in the Bible? And then that's when he kicked me, and he's like, there'll be no mention of evolution or dinosaurs in this classroom. And then so from a young age, I had this very anti-establishmentarianism deeply embedded, probably mostly inherited also from my dad. So the history, and my dad did a lot of books about the history of the British Empire, particularly the East India Company, who fucking in real terms, the East India Trading Company took something like 16 trillion in real monetary terms out of India, and impoverished that whole country for the royalty here. So ever since a young age, I was more fiercely patriotic, just thinking I was Scottish. But again, like yourself, I don't believe in those labels. I don't believe in borders. But the reason I want independence for Scotland is for a different system of governance, because I do believe that Westminster is certainly very institutionally racist. So there's a different way that we can break away from that to create a more fairer and equitable society, and that needs to start again just at a grassroots level, where we make it very clear. And for me also as well, just to come back to football to kind of make my point. So growing up, John Barnes was my footballing hero because he was left-footed, inspired me so much, and it was just absolute anathema to me that how he could be getting abused by other fans, and even sadly, sometimes by their own fans. I remember Mark Walters when he played for Rangers. It was just, I just couldn't get my head around that, and even just the culture and the music that I was growing up and I was being absorbed and really getting into was obviously not going to be in any way planting any thought memes in my young fertile mind that racism would be something that you would want to be a racist in any way at all. So we've got a starting point.
John Barnes is a bit of a sad case on it, because he's gone from someone who was racially abused to being an apologist for racists,
I've seen that recently, yeah.
And it's like he knows he's going to get on TV for apologising for racists, and he's become one of those figures who thinks that he's so above race that he can just talk it down. And it's like, man, even if you think that's right, you've always got to take into account the reality of what people are going through, and
other people, yep.
And a lot of people share Morgan Freeman, man. See a lot of people say I see a lot of people sharing that bullshit video of him saying just stop talking about race. That's easy for you to say. You're a fucking millionaire. When was the last time you even saw black people? You know what I mean? You're saying that from this higher echelon where you've been accepted, and you don't live in the street, you don't live in the ghettos, you don't live in poverty, you don't. This is the big thing, man. If anyone's out there saying let's just stop talking about race, well, okay, let's stop talking about class and tell me if you get any richer. You know what I mean? It doesn't fucking solve the problem. It just hides it. So it's not about not seeing someone's colour. It's about seeing someone's colour and being able to celebrate it, celebrate their heritage, celebrate whatever it is about them that is different. It's not enough to just be tolerant, man. I could fucking tolerate peas on my plate. I wouldn't eat them. You know what I mean? It's tolerance. It's bullshit. But if you can't celebrate somebody else, that's a fucking problem. And you need to be able to go out see someone for who they are, accept it, celebrate it, respect it, and then we move forward. Just disregarding it as not existing, how's that any better? Like, I don't get that. Like, it's removing the debate. And it's a lot of the posts I see, even by quite liberal people, are essentially posts that are like, I'm uncomfortable at this situation, so I'm going to go back to pretending that I have no like problems with race. And it's like, well, okay, maybe you don't, but like our society has been built off the back of racism. You know, like a big thing I always try to say to people, and I read years and years ago, I read a quote, and it was like, racism's the father. You know, everyone thinks racism's a child. Racism's the father. Yeah. Race is a child. You know, race was created for that very reason. And man, we just need to. We can't just erase it. We can't just go, well, we'll just stop doing it, because the best way I suppose I can describe it is like, most people watching this will know they're Scottish, or their grandparents were Irish, or maybe their mum was Polish, or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's no need for you to say white. What would the need be in bringing up white? Because you're not white. You're Scottish. You're Polish. Black people were taken away from Africa. They had their heads shaved so they couldn't distinguish themselves from any sort of cultural thing. They were branded. They had their names taken away. They had their power taken away. They had their bodies stolen. They had their pride stolen, and they were given nothing but a color. You're black. In fact, you were given worse than a color. We know the words, but you were black. And so the culture that they had to rebuild was black. The thing that linked all of those people were their struggle, the blackness. And they found pride in it, and now people are saying like, your pride is too much for me. Well, you're allowed to have black pride, but I'm not allowed to have white pride. Well, why do you need it? You've got St Andrew's Day, you've got St George's Day, you've got all the pride, you've got all the days that celebrate your culture all year round.
We're currently still in Gay Pride Month.
Totally.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, man. Like that pride, I feel a deep sympathy for the LGBT community, because pride's kind of been cast aside this year, and I think that's a shame, because I think there's so much left to do for that community. But I think what's been amazing from all the people I personally know and the LGBT side of things is they've had a real push for the inclusion of black and brown people, because they're quite often left out of that conversation. But obviously Marsha P. Johnson was a huge influence, especially for the trans community. Yeah. But I think, man, there's just a lot of people sharing a lot of things, and it's a very delicate subject, and it's really hard to talk about, but I think we have to. And I think, you know, people share things like all lives matter, and I just think, you know, there's so much bullshit when you say that anyway, because people are using food banks. Like, how did their lives matter? You know, if people are starving, when did they matter? People in sweatshops, when did they matter? If someone's being abused, how did their life matter? If the system let them go? Yeah. Like, you know, these people are not saying it out of a belief that all lives matter. They're either saying it out of undermining Black Lives Matter, or an ignorance that they genuinely don't look past themselves to see that other lives don't matter. If you really looked outside of your front door, you'd see that some people in this country, regardless of their skin color, don't matter. And until we value human life equally, like all we want equal, all human life. Exactly.
Yeah. There was when I was younger as well. I think it was Voltaire who once said, "Racism is the last vestige of the ignorant," and that really, like, that just struck. I mean, like, I knew I wasn't racist anyway, but when I read that when I was younger, it struck such a resonant chord, because, like, even then, kind of like growing up when I was, and like, you'd fucking BNP idiots, and then like, they all just morph and evolve into like the English Defence League and the Scottish Defence League, and it's fucking, your dad's a statue protector and your dad's fucking, you know, like, it's just, it keeps like the far right aspect of it. It rebrands itself, like the US used to rebrand the terrorists. Well, they are, but they're also, they're certainly getting more backing probably from your kind of like your dark arts agencies that have been involved in like the Brexit campaign and social media influence and that kind of thing. Like the core of them, like their demographic, are ignorant and stupid. Like it's almost like they've got. Oh, in fact, I do have this graphic. Let me just bring this up. It's called. Oh, I won't say it because I'll just wait until I've got it up. But it's been called Schrodinger's immigrant. So make up your mind. How can the one who lazies around and benefits be the person who's simultaneously stealing your job?
All of these things rely on utter doublethink, don't they? Like it's just like
cognitive dissonance.
Man, it's like this idea that like it gets perpetuated, that like the Jews run the world, despite the years of utterly disgusting oppression that community and those people have faced, and yet we still would believe that they're the elites. And it's like, man, like, you know, when people start saying shit like that there's more, that black people have more rights, women have more rights than men. It's like where do you start to believe that? Like, what is it? What I want to know is, where the fuck are you getting your information? Because it's not from a school. I hope it's not from school, because like, I mean, school doesn't teach you enough, but like, there's no way they're teaching you that, man. What is going on that you? I saw one the other day. It was like, again, like, and this is what I mean by like, and it's not to belittle what happens, but this idea that the Scots and Irish were slaves is a myth. Now, what happened to them was terrible, and the fact that they were persecuted and they were indentured servants is terrible, but it's not slavery. It's not the same thing. And using those to equate that is like trying to absolve yourself of the guilt of that issue. And I saw a false equivalent. I saw someone share. It was like, look at all these Irish slaves, and they're crammed in the bottom of a ship. It was a picture from a Belgian mine. You know what I mean? And but this is getting shared around right now, and people are saying this is terrible. We were slaves. But the reason they want it so badly to be true is because, like, I can stop feeling guilty. I can stop fucking feeling guilty. And the other thing I see a lot, man, is like, well, I didn't own a slave and you weren't a slave, so what are you annoyed about? And I think, like, but if you were to ever say to a Jewish person that we were in the Holocaust, it would be inconceivably offensive. Like, that would be beyond bad. But when it goes over to that, they think it's fair game. It's like, there's just such a disrespect for black for black people. I think, you know, I think it's ingrained to not have to respect black people. And you've said two things there, which are the opposite sides of the same coin. So there's a disrespect on one, and the opposite of that is just actually having compassion for other human beings. Empathy in it.
Aye, how and that takes a certain type of person who does not possess a compassionate core or the ability to feel empathy, which obviously your people in politics who reach the top are mostly fucking sociopaths anyway, in terms of that lack of being able to feel empathy for others in terms of the policies that they enact. But that's exactly it. Like, if you So when I read that Voltaire quote, racism is the last vestige of the ignorant, I was such a massive reader when I was younger, pre-internet. The local librarian, I would get books out in the morning, read them that day, and go back before the library shut to get more books out, because I just always wanted to know more stuff. And I thought, well, it's just great learning all this stuff. And the more I read, then the more from a very young age. I was for how long we've known one another, Matty, I can't even begin to describe how ashamed I was to be labelled British when I was younger. So fucking ashamed that I reached a point where I'm never ever going to call myself British, even though and then I would have like my Rangers supporting pals who would be, you've got a fucking British passport. How are you going to go to fucking Benidorm and Ibiza with the lads without your fucking British passport? Just fucking accept it, blah, blah, blah. And then, I mean, that is like, that's a foundation keystone for me for why I would want Scotland to be independent, along with many other reasons as well. However, just to know, and I've been to the Slavery Museum in Liverpool, but just to know that I'd already educated myself about how bad and how complicit Britain was, Liverpool, then Glasgow, twice at different stages throughout the biggest empire the world had ever known, called the Second City of the Empire, and the triangular trades being fundamental to how the wealth was created for your Buchanans and your Ingrams and all your rest of them, all your slave owners, and all these other people with their street names and Merchant City and all the rest of it. But I've known this for years, and I mean, obviously, like the Black Lives Matter campaign is brought it front of mind. Like, for the people that are on, I noticed Patsy had said I did want to ask you some very specific questions in terms of practical solutions for educating, because in terms of we can all educate ourselves more, and I've been looking at a lot of the stuff obviously that you've been sharing and taking a lead from what you've been sharing that as well, and then reading it, watching it, and doing whatever I can to re-educate myself even more. I mean, the most mind-blowing thing that has came out of all of this is that when the slave owners were compensated by the UK government,
it's wild.
Our fucking tax was still paying off that fucking debt to those slave owning families 5 years ago.
2015.
It was only paid off.
But again, people are sharing that, saying like, if you think we are bad, okay, we had a part, but we abolished it and we've only just finished paying it off. But yeah, you finished paying yourselves off as well as benefiting from it. And even the abolishment story is still in some ways a myth. So it's this idea that, like, first of all, it disregards like Frederick Douglass and people like that who were black and played a massive part in it. And a lot of the abolitionists were actually women's groups, because men didn't believe that should be the case. But when we abolished slavery, a massive part of that was because we realised Africa has a lot of resources we could exploit, but we're sending a lot of Africans to America as slaves. So what if we were to abolish slavery and keep those Africans here to work and mine and work these fields and get the sugar and the rubber and the tobacco and all the things that are here in like Nigeria? So colonialism was just like an upgrade. It was like a new version of slavery to which we still benefit. Like
they took their Samsung S5 and upgraded it to the Samsung S6.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, like, one of the big companies that like was the Royal Nigerian Colonialism Company, right? Go and look that up. They got bought. That still exists. That was bought as part of Unilever, that owns Lynx and all those companies, right? The British Dutch company. That still exists. So if you think colonialism even ended, we're laughing. This is how deep it all goes. It's like that's on like economic, and you know, with the colonies came this set of like, they weren't leading their own way, so then they're not in charge of their own tariffs, and then it keeps a nation that you've stolen its wealth, and now you've stolen its materials, you've stolen its workforce, and it's built this country, and then you go to places where you've throughout history moved African people into the Jamaican colonies, and then you take them and you allow them into Britain to come and rebuild after the wars for Windrush, and then you fucking lose their credentials and send them home. Like that. This history runs so deep with our hatred and our disrespect for Africa as a continent and the African people, and we have a lot to answer for. And I say we as a Scot, you know, but irrespective of my African heritage, like we've committed some terrible atrocities, and we act like we haven't, and I think it's wrong. I think we need to educate, and I don't think that means that we have to sit here and feel guilty every day, but it's like, just acknowledge it. Just like an acknowledgement is an acknowledgement that it happens, you know. And right now, I don't think there's a lot of debate about whether there's still people arguing as if it didn't exist, as if it didn't happen, as if we in Scotland didn't have a part, and we had a horrific part, and I think we've got a lot to answer for, and even down to like the language used. You know, how many people do you say like the nitty gritty? Or see if you're getting the nitty gritty of it. Like the nitty gritty was when you went down to the bottom of the boat and got all the dead slaves and threw them over the side of the boat and had to clean up all the shit and the dirt and the dead bodies. That's what nitty gritty is. But we say that every day as if it's nothing. And if you know that history and you know the history of your ancestors and your family, and you hear people just throw away a comment like that, you think, just like, you know, that and I'm sure there'll be people sitting there going, yeah, but free speech, man, fuck free speech. Like free speech, we all have it, you can say things, but freedom of speech is not the freedom to hate, right? And there's consequences for the words that you say. If you want to say the N-word, go for it, but you deal with the consequences of saying it. And this, what people that say free speech loudest mean is, I want to be able to say what I like and have no consequence. And I'm sorry, that's not the way the world works. And
correct.
The other issue we have right now is companies are taking the easy way out, right? So they're going, we don't really want to change the system because the system benefits us to exploit people. So let's drop a few episodes of programs that had blackface in it, and that will appease them. And then the people on the right and the people who say they're right mind or medium minded or whatever, they come out and they say, Black Lives Matter, I'm sick of it, it's taking away my programs. Now, do you think any black person gives a shit about Little Britain? Do you really think when there's police, the people that are meant to protect you are killing you in the street without giving a fuck that they're being recorded? Do you think that black people really give a shit about blackface in Little Britain? Man, you need to get your head checked. Like, you need to start being realistic about who's doing the oppressing here, because the same people that are oppressing systematically black people are oppressing the working class, but somehow they're convincing the working class to hate the black people for those things. And it's like, take a step back and say, it's not black people that control the media, so they're not the ones taking down the programs. It's not, you know, and with the statue debate, I get it. There's got to be a debate, but why not have that debate? Like, why we should be, when you think about it, why have a statue after COVID, right? Why have a statue of a slave trader who was presided over the death and the rape of innocent people for the exploitation, right? When we could have statues of NHS workers who fought in the front line, right? So, so I'm not saying take down the statue and put nothing up, but maybe what we have to go to the people that hate it is go, right, we want to take them down because we've got to put up new heroes. We want to put up heroes that are relevant to our times and that we can look back on with pride. I don't know if they'll ever, I can't imagine a time in history where we won't have pride in those people who fought to keep us safe, right? So why have a slave trader when we could have like a statue of someone that worked for the NHS, or a doctor, or a nurse, or a fireman, or the police? You know, even have police, have positive policing, like, because I think the police in Britain have done a great job, especially in Scotland. I don't believe them to be systemically racist. I think they're so well trained and they're so well monitored as well. So even if an incident does happen that has to be reviewed, there always are going to be exceptions. But I think that's what they will be. I can't speak for, obviously, for people in Brixton and London. It's a very different area, but I think in Scotland, like, we have a police force that does try to do the best by the people as well. So I think that's important to remember.
Well, you mentioned about recognising these heroes. So I just would at this juncture want to just, because it just arrived today actually, and I want to put on this T-shirt I'm wearing.
It's class.
Love our NHS. So John's wee sister, Lisa, is a fashion designer down in London who was like furloughed as well, and again needed a creative outlet to be doing what she was doing. So she set up a company, a fashion company. They're called Spring Near East Fashion. And I'm just going to give their Facebook page a share in the comments. And one of the T-shirts that they came up with was to recognise our NHS heroes. And it turns out, like, just through their social media, there's been quite a lot of celebrities, right up to like Melanie Sykes has been wearing one of the T-shirts. and the woman with the blue scrubs on there, right in the very middle, Matt, is Lady Mustard. That's Donna Gibb, John's partner.
Wow.
So Donna, mobilised, got organised and got pictures of a lot of her NHS colleagues, and then Lisa through her fashion range. So 2 seconds, I'm just going to grab something. So I ordered this T-shirt, and I also ordered one of the wee.
Brilliant.
Which says thank you on it. So you're right. Like we have this transitional period that we're going through, which I've been sharing. This is my cover picture on my own personal timeline and the Yellow Movement. Are we really waiting for a return to normal, or are we ready to build something different? And I think key moments happen in history with the Black Lives Matter campaign sitting side by side with that. So we know right to an environmental level that what we were doing to the planet through ecocide
Totally.
is fucking, well, as David Attenborough himself said, the only two people who believe in infinite growth on a finite planet are economists. Sorry, I've said that the wrong way. Are the insane and economists. And we cannot continue with this measurement of GDP, which is then based on the exploitative extraction of resources, the production of goods and services, and then selling them through hyper consumption. Like
it's funny though. Again, that kind of like leads back to this thing. It's like if we were fine with exploiting the bodies of human beings for profit, what the fuck do people care about trees? So like we have such a sinister history of how we came to have so much money, and I think there's just so much to be addressed, and until we solve like a lot of issues, we don't solve the rest. And that goes for like I was saying this, and it riled a lot of people, but indeed said like obviously any protesters like throwing anything at police horses is disgusting, because but then some of those people acting outraged about it, I was thinking, but you're the kind of people that like are sitting eating platefuls of meat, betting on horses at Grand National. Like, so do you care about the animal, or do you care about the people doing what you perceive to be, just, and for me it's like, just say what you mean. Just say that you don't like the fact that a black person threw something at a horse, because you don't give a shit about the horse. If you did, it would reflect in the rest of your life, the rest of your values. You like, and but this is one thing. It's hard in life not to be a hypocrite, because
as we're all, I believe that we would all ultimately be hypocrite in some way about something. And that's, I think I said it earlier on, but the only thing humans are perfect at is being imperfect. I just genuinely believe that one of the best things you can try and do is just try and be a better version of yourself every day. And
like, we are imperfect, but we're never beyond trying to do better.
Change, correct, and we're never beyond more education, more helping, like kindness and love and gratitude and so many things that come from a compassionate source. There's not a cap on them. It's not like, it's not a pie. It's not like you're eating a bit of your compassion pie and then there's less compassion left. Like these are our choices. These are our choices to make. Which the things, before I forget, the things I was wanting to say in particular, it was just going back to when I mentioned Angela Davis, and that's why I was writing it down there so I don't forget. So she's recommended the Netflix The House on Cocoa Road. Laura was clapping to that. Donna, a lot of Pride events are online internationally this month. Yes, Colin, clearly not all of them, but yes, a lot of them. Donna was saying Unilever makes household products, soap, shampoos. Yes, they're everywhere. Susie was saying agreed. Acknowledgement is totally necessary for us to move forward. So much ignorance. I'm learning a lot just now. I didn't even know about nitty gritty. The one that gets me is Christopher Columbus. Atrocity because they were incredible should not be celebrated. Correct. Except that growth doesn't have an end date or a graduation period. It's lifelong. Correct. It is. We're always a work in progress. So, in terms of like practical solutions for the people who, thank you for still being with us here on episode 25 of the 23 podcast show, back from Brownbear. Give us just three things that to watch, read, and just do that we could do. What would be one thing that you would recommend watching that would educate us more on Black Lives Matter? One thing that you would recommend reading, and one thing, a practical thing that we could adapt into our life overnight and start doing from tomorrow.
Okay, I think 13th, the documentary on Netflix, seems to be the one that's changed the most people's perceptions of what's going on. And the great thing about that is it touches a lot on the fact that, and again, just to if you're going to watch more than one, is like watch the Vanguard of the Revolution, the Black Panthers, because what they try to touch on is
sorry to interrupt. Is that on Netflix as well?
No, but it's on YouTube for free. I'm pretty sure you can watch the whole thing on YouTube.
What's it called?
The Vanguard of the Revolution. It's about the Black Panthers.
Right, Vanguard of the Revolution. And
basically what it's trying to instill is that like the real core issue is classism. You know, like the thing about the Black Panthers that people don't really know is like they were sticking up for their race, but they understood that it was about more than racism.
It was a class war as well.
It's a class war. In terms of reading, I'm talking about kind of American-centric things here, but it is a good way to start understanding. But what I would say is, like, if you read something to do with America, do make sure you go and read maybe Akala. You know, he's got some great writing. There's loads of great there's loads of great British authors though who are talking about the blacks' experience in Britain, which is important that we understand that here and empathise with the American one, but the American situation isn't necessarily the same. But if you're reading, try and read into people like Malcolm X, try and understand his mentality and his growth. He's a perfect example of how growth and learning is lifelong. If you take his very early principles to his later principles, he's a very, very different man. And Marcus Garvey, if you don't know who that is, go and check Marcus Garvey out and his principles. And even in terms of controversial reading and thinking, like, you know, challenging every thought, go and read about Gaddafi. Go and read about some of his literature and the things that Gaddafi believed and what he was trying to do for Africa. And he's not a perfect human being. He had a lot of faults, but he wasn't equally the villain that he was always made out to be, and he did a lot of great things for Africa. So
yeah, I knew that as well. Like even his great what was the name of it? It was like one of the world's largest civil engineering projects where it was they were taking like some of the water aquifers from beneath the northern Sahel of the Sahara, and they were basically like using that to create fertile agricultural land to even just do that. Like map for the more recent history of why the West why the West decided that they had to depose Gaddafi is kind of interlinked with a guy who wrote an amazing book called The Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Yeah, it's good, isn't
it? Phenomenal book. And again, that lays bare that through the complicitness of like the World Bank and the United Nations and just controlling and extracting from these countries, like again, modern day raping and pillaging, colonialism, but under the name of corporatism. John Perkins, is that his name?
I think so.
So when you would get like these these African countries that would start getting a bit uppity about wanting to control more of their affairs post-independence, then they would do three things. They would send in the economic hitmen to say, right, we want your pension funds, we want to privatise your oil and your gas and your water and all the rest of it, because Western corporations would get that business. And this even goes back to Dick Cheney with Halliburton getting all the contracts to rebuild fucking Iraq after they'd bombed parts of it back into the Stone Age. And you're right, I mean, it's there and like the most horrible belly of the beast of unfettered neoliberal capitalism. Like that as an economic system is inherently racist.
That's it, and I think like see in terms of like we were talking about people's perceptions. Like when I was in school and they taught civil rights, for example, it was like Martin Luther King, because he was a good, perceivably good guy. But Malcolm X was so important because he instilled this right for black people to protect themselves, you know, and he was equally as important, and but he's taught almost like a villain, and this is where you were like saying like what solutions can we offer to change? Well, education's one, and here's an example. When I was at school, they still had some of those maps in classes where Africa was like that small, you know, it was tiny. It was making you think about how small it was, and then when you're in geography, like you get taught about how poor Africa is, you know, and all of the poverty and how much we need to help. There you go.
Yeah. So the actual the globes and what Matt's referring to, the globes and the atlases that we get in our Western and pretty much round the entirety of the world. Again, this was another thing I learned from a very young age, because I was a budding cartographer. I loved drawing maps. I drew maps of my local area, and because I loved art. But you've got, if you can't quite see it here, right? But there you go. But the British Isles, right? The British Isles there on this fucking globe. The British Isles can fit in its actual recognised, not on a globe, landmass. The British Isles is 1/65th of the fucking continent of Australia. Now, you do not see 65 of those British Isles being able to fit. Where is it? I've lost it. Where's Australia? You know, it's absolutely fucking bullshit. But then also Africa as well. What, Africa is the biggest continent. Sorry, it's not the biggest continent. It's Asia. But Africa is way bigger. South America is way bigger. But then the way that even just maps as they're presented to us, and we're taught geography as a child, when you've got the British Isles right there in the centre, and then the west, and then the east. But it's just fucking, it's an illusion of grandeur instilled in you from a very young age.
And that's it. And I grew up mixed race, you know, of like when you're of African heritage, like you're in school, right, and you're taught that Africa's poor, and you're taught all these things about Africa this and Africa that, and people are starving in Africa, and you're essentially taught that Africa is less. So in a sense, what you're doing to British black kids and mixed kids is you're teaching them that they're less. You're saying, look at where you've come from. Your privilege is now being here. And it's like teaching you that like you are less, everything about, because it's not like they teach positive. The thing is, it's fine to teach that there is poverty in Africa. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, right? But you should be teaching the positives. You're not teaching any positive African history. You're not teaching positive African economics. You're not teaching like African American or Black British heroes. You're just showing a snapshot. And it's like, it's almost like if we were to go to a school in Africa and the only thing they taught about Scotland was Greenock or Easterhouse or Castle Milk, places that are impoverished, and they said, well, this is Scotland. We would be like, but that's one area, and yes, there's poverty there, but there's loads of affluent areas like Edinburgh and places in Glasgow. We just showed like the very, very worst of Africa and say that's what it is, and it's almost done as a justification. Like, you know, like we if it wasn't for us, like think how bad it could be. You know what I mean? It's like, oh well, this is how bad it is, and this is with us like educating them, with like us civilizing them. It's like, man, think about how fucking good it could have been if you'd left it be. Like how powerful those nations could have been had they not been absolutely destroyed. And that's an easy change to make, you know, to change the way we educate, to properly teach civil rights, to teach the British civil rights, to teach slavery, to teach colonialism, and just let people understand the history of our country. And also, if we're going to show negatives of things like Africa, that's fine in a sense, but you have to be able to show positives.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. There's Ads was just asking, can you remind me what the Schrodinger one was again, please? Yes, it's called Schrodinger's Immigrant. I'll just bring it up again for you there, Ads. It's based on Schrodinger's cat, which is the famous quantum physics thought experiment about the superposition of a cat with the radioactive decay in a box that, until you observe it, the cat is both dead and alive at the same time. So it's cognitive dissonance. It's holding two completely diametrically opposed ideas, but believing them even although they prove that one cannot exist without the other. So Schrodinger's Immigrant is these people who are idiots and ignorant who believe that. So what are these immigrants doing? Are they lazing around in benefits, or are they stealing your job? Because they can't be doing both at the same time, yet they're being blamed for doing both, and that's why it's called cognitive dissonance. It's a paradox.
It's wild the amount of people that believe that, think like, you know, like, despite the fact that if you're an illegal immigrant, you wouldn't have the identification to be able to get benefits, but they believe they're getting benefits, and it's like, but you know, I don't know if I believe anyone's an idiot, and I don't know if I don't believe that anyone's beyond being educated into being saved. Like a lot of Nazis have like renounced Nazism. You know, like I think we can change perceptions, but again, it goes back to holding people to account. So schools and governments, cool. But throughout this whole thing with Black Lives Matter, somehow the media's escaped being held to accountable. Like, think of the way they've tarnished certain footballers who are black, and then they want to praise Marcus Rashford, and think of the way that they've ignited these flames. They've posted about immigrants. They've fueled that rhetoric, and no one's holding them accountable. No one's saying, like, you know what, you know, the media has played a big part in the perception of black and brown people and immigrants in this country.
Yep.
And they get away with murder, and it's like, and then they book on fucking John Barnes and Candace Owens, Tenesi, and for me, you know, with the best will in the world, if you hear one black person disagree with what the majority of black people are saying, and that's the only thing you can bring yourself to post, you've got to ask yourself a deep question about why it is that that's what you posted, why it is that you disregarded the masses of black people and their feelings, and you took the perception of one probably perceivably rich black person. The funny thing about Candace Owens as well is she sued her former school for racial abuse and won, but she says racism doesn't exist. So
really,
go figure. You know what I mean?
I found I was on there. I found Black Panther's Vanguard of the Revolution, the full 1 minute 53. So I'm saving it to my watch list, and I'm going to give that a share in the comments. So go and check that out. Colin Bilby, yes, to take it right back to our anthropological beginnings. This is another thing. I think I seen a petition maybe last week that was being shared around about how we need to, again, just to sort of paraphrase Angela Davis, in a racist society, it's not enough to be, we need to be anti-racist. And I firmly believe there's a couple of things, right? So I think I'd seen that the disused big sugar factories in Greenock are potentially being mooted as a location for Scotland Slavery Museum. So hopefully that gains more traction as a folk meme that's now out in the collective consciousness.
Stuart McMillan and Greenock, the MSP, we've been chatting a lot about it, and we're trying to get folk on board and get folk behind the idea, because if anyone wants to know more, you could hit me up and or hit Stuart up, and we're trying to get as many people as we can involved and really push for this idea that Greenock should be the place, because Glasgow and Edinburgh get a lot, and it's very likely if it happened in Glasgow, Edinburgh, that I think it would just become an exhibition. Whereas to build a full slavery museum or human rights museum in Greenock, I think it would be a great thing. And also because there are links, but Greenock's become one of the poorest areas, sadly, in Scotland, and it could be a real economic boost for an area that's deprived. So I think there's a lot of good arguments for that. Just as a regeneration project, like to give it something focal like that, like even like Dundee along similar lines, like even like the V&A, the regeneration there at the waterfront has done massive things economically to turn a corner, hopefully, for Dundee. So I totally with you on board with that. But also, like Colin was saying there, again, it was just like because I was fascinated with dinosaurs and history and prehistory as well, our anthropological origins, and just reading and educating myself when I was younger. I knew that your Australopithecus and your most early skeletons and the passage of our species as Homo sapiens came from the Great Rift Valley and the Ethiopian highlands, and that's where our species, our hominid species, originated from, and then started making our way to the shorelines, and then began our anthropological journey across the rest of the world. So it's like, I mean, I used the word idiot flippantly there earlier on, and in the context of what we're talking about, I'm going to apologise and hold my hands up, because you're right. Like, I said it, but then you followed up, and I totally agree that I don't think anybody is beyond being educated for new information. And one of the greatest things you can be in your life is being wrong. Like, I've been wrong so many times in my life. We all have. You've been wrong so many times in your life about so many other things. But what is the beautiful thing about being wrong about something? One, you learn something new. Two, you become more enlightened in the process. And three, your life actually becomes better because you've gained this new knowledge that should hopefully make you a better person. And if we're all just trying to be better versions of ourselves each day, then being wrong is one of the greatest things we can ever be. But also, you need to get fuck pride, as Marcellus Wallace said in Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction. Pride, man, get pride to fuck. Like, that's what you need to get over, to accept that you're wrong. You need to go over your ego a lot of time to accept that you're wrong. But it takes time. But, and as you say, like, it's about education and learning. And for me, I obviously have had a slightly different upbringing to maybe a lot of people in Scotland, which has meant I have a lot more knowledge about African history and African American history. But when I was looking at this situation and I've seen so many people committed to learning, I thought to myself, like, well, okay, it's cool, I've had to learn that, but I suppose I've had sort of selfish reasons for doing so. And I was like, so what can I learn that's not for me? And I've been doing my best to figure out exactly how anti-Semitism works and how it's funneling through. And, because for me, I can see a lot of similarities in the subtleties, because when you are Black, you see subtleties and you see things and you go, man, people don't even realise that how they're being taught. And so I wanted to really go and try and figure that out. And I'm seeing it. I can see how easily anti-Semitism is spreading. I actually posted about it the other day on my own Facebook about the Rebecca Long Bailey thing, and I suppose my point with it was, like, if the Jewish community felt that her actions were anti-Semitic, and we're all talking about Black Lives Matter and trying to understand the nuances as race, it's like, shouldn't we be listening to that community and try to understand maybe why they do feel it is that, not because quite often right now what we do is, and it happened on my feed, man, the first thing anyone said was like, being anti-Israel is not anti-Semitic, and I was just thinking, man, you didn't even read the article, because the article wasn't about Israel. What was suggested in the article she shared was that the Israeli special forces were behind the killing of George Floyd. That's just a ludicrous statement. And so to me, that is anti-Semitic, because you're blaming Israel for something that had no involvement in, and for what reason? But all people will do is they just go, nah, fuck it, free Palestine. And it's like, yeah, of course, man. Like it's okay to be critical of Israel if they've done something wrong. But at the same token, you can't be critical of Israel for things it hasn't done. And I'm trying to understand it as best I can. And it isn't something I know, but I thought I'm going to take this time that other people are learning about my culture, my heritage, to learn about a different culture and try and just understand whether or not you agree with it, man. It's just like, well, just try and understand if they're saying it is offensive or it is hurtful or it is anti-Semitic. Yeah, they must have a reason for doing so,
Well, I went predating my music years, I'll call them. When a bit before, but also kind of like straddling my decision to embrace sobriety in my life, I decided to get quite involved in it, and I was depressed as well. And I dread that when you're depressed, one of the best things you can do is get involved in volunteering, because it makes you feel a part of something bigger than just yourself. And when you're depressed, because you have such a hurricane of thoughts that are so internalized and so personal to just you, like my situation is fucked, like the world is fucking me in some way, like this is all happening to me. Like you need to there's a Buddha quote, like right thoughts, thoughts become words, words become actions, actions become your character. So be mindful of your thoughts. Always have right thoughts. Always have right words. Always have right actions. That's paraphrasing Buddha there. And I wanted to get involved in volunteering, and I realised, okay, well, if I'm going to give up some of my free time to get involved in volunteering, it will need to be for causes that are close to my heart. So there were quite a few that, based on my tattoo, I started volunteering for Greenpeace, Scottish Friends of the Earth, Scottish Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, and also the Scottish Palestine Solidarity Campaign, because I saw the situation in Palestine, and also that was a more personal situation for me also, because the Fire Brigade Union that my dad was Glasgow secretary of, with them being the most left-leaning public services union, the senior management team of the FBU, the general secretary, they were openly communist at a time in the 1980s, when obviously we weren't quite in the McCarthy era in the UK, but to have the head of your public services union being openly communist was why Maggie called them the enemy within. However, the one amazing thing that the Fire Brigade Union, well, many amazing things that the Fire Brigade Union did, but they had a fighting fund. So your subs went into a fund that they then picked various political causes. So they were helping to feed Mandela's family when he was in jail. They were helping the PLO with the Palestinian cause. Yasser Arafat actually visited the Fire Brigade, the FBU headquarters in London, and my dad got a black and white keffiyeh from him, which he's still got. So they sent money over to Cuba as well to help Castro, and but that was the stuff basically that they were involved in. So I knew as well, like educating myself in history and being ashamed to be labelled or be called British because of the British Empire, basically, and what I still knew, like the atrocities that they were still being involved in, and illegal and unlawful wars of aggression at a micro and at a macro level, right up to the second illegal and unlawful invasion of Iraq. Blair and Bush should definitely be in the Hague. They should be tried for war crimes against humanity, undeniably for that. But I realise that you can criticise a state for their actions, and that separates you from having racist intent. Because if you see the state of Israel, or if you see them enact Zionist policies where they have this, what Zionists have this Greater Israel project where they want Israel to be the size that it previously was in biblical times to fulfill this religious manifest destiny. But sadly, like, there are countries there at the moment that, like Palestine and Syria, etc., that parts of these countries would have to cease to exist and have their land stolen in order for the Greater Israel Zionist project to be borne out. So it's a complex situation, very, very much, definitely. So I commend you for challenging yourself, Matthew, for wanting to learn more about that. When we went out to play, our second time in Korea was when we were invited to play the inaugural Peace Train Music Festival, which was held at the demilitarized zone between North and South Korea. And that was basically created in order to create a cultural bridge between the North and South, because there'd been positive ongoing dialogue where Kim Jong-un and President Moon, for the first time in the North and South's divided Korean history in the peninsula, had stepped on one another's territory as the leader of the other country. They officially declared an end to the Korean War, which unofficially had still been going on since the 1950s. But what they did with the people that invited to come play it was from various different, an invitation was put out to musicians to come from various areas of conflict around the world. So like the Congo and Angola, Palestine, there was a delegation from the Palestine Music Expo. And amidst the rubble and the attack of what was happening with like various operations that were being conducted by the Israeli Defence Force and Mossad against a lot of innocent civilians, what they were actually trying out of that rubble. Which for me, when I was being told about it by Rami Yunus, the head of the Palestinian Music Expo, it was very analogous to me in a cultural way about how hip-hop originated in New York from literally the rubble of New York as a city was bankrupt. Hip-hop as an art form was created out of the rubble of society in the Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, Staten, and those areas. And they were trying to use culture to rebuild society. And actually look at how many things are interconnected in what we've been talking about. Like even... It's just, I mean, it's all, and this is what it is. Like, it's not black versus white. It's everybody versus racist, and it's understanding that this class war exists, and it's that we need to be looking out for one another at the bottom and realise that there is no division between us in that respect. Like, these are the foundations that we need to start like reimagining. I'm just going to go back to the graphic suite again here. It's like. It's just about perfect timing. What we had before the lockdown was not normal. Mm-hmm. How do we build something different?
That's it. A lot of people seem scared of terms like socialism, and they worry about leaving behind capitalism. But the way I look at it is like, man, the old system didn't work for anyone. It was working for the very few, and that doesn't mean we have to go to a completely polar opposite system, but it's clear that we need changes, and now surely is the time to make them. Like we're there's no point in like, well, we'll just rebuild till it's safe enough and then think about making them. Like, because we won't make them. We need to think about it now, and one of those changes as well for me is the voting system, man. Like it has to move towards something like proportional representation. People need to feel like their votes count, and right now they don't feel that way, and we're losing, because the thing that scares me about Black Lives Matter and what I've seen as the rise of the right in the last maybe 5 to 10 years of social media is the amount of people I know to be reasonable, you know, who are sharing it. There's people I expect to share it, right? Share all that shit, like all lives matter or white lives matter. There's people I just know are going to share it, man. But there's people I never thought I would see sharing stuff like that. And it starts, you know, but I always said, like, it's going to start so subtly. I could see it, man, back in the old days of like the BNP and all that, and the EDL and that, and it'd start with these things that are like, if you wouldn't kick a dog, share this photo. And folk think, well, I wouldn't kick a dog. So they share the photo, and it's like, if you love the services, share this photo. And you're like, I love the services. And it's like, you know, immigrants are taking your job. And you're like, well, man, everything else they've said today has been spot on. So maybe they are. I don't know if that's how it starts, but like, it's like they suck you in, and it's like, just, you know, we have access to, this again comes to this double think thing, and it comes to this like counterintuitive thing. Right now, we have access to more information than any other time in history that people freely had. But we don't choose to use it. We just still accept in fact, they've gotten to a point where they don't even share facts. They just share whatever the fuck they want to share, and they know you'll believe it. Just Google stuff, man. If someone tells you a fact, go and Google if it is a fact. Just that doesn't, you know what I mean? That's just like, you hear something you've not heard, just Google it. What's that mean? What's the company behind it? What's this? Who's sharing it? What's the story of the person saying this? I always see if I see a tweet, even if I agree with it or if I think, I always have a wee look and I go, what's this person about though? Like, why are they tweeting that? Why are they saying that? What? And then you sometimes start to find that
what's the agenda?
The agenda.
Yeah.
That's it. Find the source.
Aye, it's just for just a few key things in processing information into your own reality tunnel. It's like, question the source, like with a lot of what good investigative work. Like, follow the information, follow the money a lot of the time as well. Like, where is that coming from? Laura in Seattle has made a great point. Willful ignorance and confirmation bias makes progressive conversation almost impossible. It does. Watch The First Native American on Netflix. It's such an eye-opener. I'm just going to write that down as well. First Native American. Thank you, Colin. I'll add that to my watch list. Spot on, Ari, Pride and Ego. And yes, I was on that thread you mentioned at the start of the podcast, Ari Kamark. I was challenging the women on there. There you go. And Colin, one of the reasons he volunteered to help out at festivals, feeling part of a community. Donna's family used to live in South Korea, very strict with women. They are. They are. And a lot of that is down to, sadly, the US influence. It's effectively like, the US went over there and the US separated the two countries across the 35th parallel and overnight separated families. And we have a lot of friends, beautiful people in South Korea, and they do have this sort of like long-standing hope and dream that the peninsula will be reunited and that they might be able to see their relatives or any remaining relatives who they've still got up in the north. It's a terribly, once you start learning the history of the Korean War, what the USA did over there, it's that's another sad piece of history, but a lot of history is sad.
Jimmy Jam, can I ask a question? Of course.
Do you know Jimmy Jam?
I don't know if I do. No, I don't think I do.
Do you?
Are we in for a treat?
I don't, but we possibly could. So Akala, we played with Akala at Kelburn Garden Party.
Wow.
He was one of the headliners there, and Akala is. Please check out. Actually, I'm just going to bring up Twitter. If you give Akala a follow on Twitter, if you're on there, He's one of my favourite orators on the subject of race and racism, and he's also a Cala Music. He is a phenomenal artist in his own right. So I've just given his Twitter a share there if you want to. Matt, tonight's conversation has inspired a lot in me. It's seeded a lot of ideas as well. And I actually had oh dear.
I suppose the better question is, why is he blocking your drive?
Yeah, there we go. So one idea I actually had in terms of connecting a few of the things that we've spoke about is I was actually just like when I was just that last time there I brought up the Joe Strummer quote, and we've obviously been talking about and watched a wee video there inside the greatest venue for live music in the world.
Yes.
Here's a I'm going to getting my sides mixed up with these cameras. I'm going to fist bump you through the camera.
It was really confusing because we were in reverse.
I know. So I'm just going to put it out here because I'm also like when I started really getting into my fitness, there was things that like like when you have it's called having and a lot of people ask me. I never went through the 12 steps. I just made a decision to stop, and everybody's got. I've always said on my anniversary, I normally put a post out, everybody's got their own relationship with alcohol. And if you choose to stop that relationship with alcohol, then everybody decides in what way they want to do that. I've got friends who've been through AA and the 12 steps and it's worked for them and great and good on them. It's everybody's choice. I just went, right, that's it. And then when I decided to stop, I didn't do it anymore. But when I really got into exercising, having an accountability partner is a key thing of ensuring that you stick to something that you talk about as an idea and then work towards turning that idea into reality. And as Uncle Bill reminds us, we are the facilitators of our own creative evolution. I'll tell you what I'm surprised at that's missing, and this is something I would like to work with you on. Certainly to see Brownbear play it, definitely anyway. But how about when it's legal, safe and workable and we can, do you want to work on a Rock Against Racism gig in the Barrowland Ballroom?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Right. Okay.
We need Glasgow will turn out, and I know a lot of great people will support that, and it needs to happen. But I think with everything now, it's like we need to make sure these things are kind of community led. And I saw a live stream the other day. It was like against racism, and I think there was like maybe one black artist on it, and I was like, what are we doing here? I think there's so much black Scottish talent. We need to make sure that we're showing them and we're showcasing them and we're showing them that they fucking rock as well.
Yeah.
That's not to say it's got to be exclusively black people in the bill. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that.
I agreed. I didn't think for 1 second you would be thinking that anyway.
Totally. It's like it's showing, it's celebrating the diversity that comes in Scotland, I suppose, is what I'm saying. But yeah, let's do it, man. We should definitely make this happen.
Yeah, this is the seeds of an idea that Uncle Bill, the ghost of Joe Strummer, the ghost of Uncle Bill Hicks, the ghost of Joe Strummer, and the connection here in the 23 universe, with a little sprinkling of magic from Yoko. She's formed the genesis of an idea.
Jimmy Jam's asking if are you from Glasgow? Jimmy, it's no us blocking your drive, pal. I know. No,
I'll have a chat about that after this. Donna, great discussion tonight. Thank you, Donna. And ads, save Donna McDonald and I tickets for that. Donna's loving that we ads. Yeah, we can definitely do that. Well, we've I've introduced the idea.
Let's do it, man. I'm game.
With fist pumped on it. The 23 unit, the people still here in the 23 universe who have stuck with us these 3 hours and 45 minutes. Thank you. We're accountable to you now for doing what we can when it's legal, safe, and workable. So those are obviously the 3 key caveats, and we don't know yet exactly when gigs are going to return in the Barrowland Ballroom, but I've had my thinking cap on already for that, because nothing would please me more than seeing gigs restart in the Barrowland Ballroom that again are from the grassroots and community led, and it fuses so many things that obviously have to be given priority at the moment. Again, just a beautiful synchronicity to come full circle from the very beginning when we first started talking about Trent Reznor and movie scores and soundtracks. Are you familiar with Trent Reznor's Year Zero project?
No.
So it's a Trent Reznor album called Year Zero. It's Nine Inch Nails album by Trent, obviously. But see, when he brought it out, it was after he stopped touring. Basically, he was going to take a wee bit of time out of music, Matt. But then he realised that the neocons and the Boy Bush regime, he realised how fundamentally corrupt to the core they were, and he was so disgusted, obviously, with the whole post 9/11 foreign policy that they were just going to bomb the fuck out of brown-skinned people. And the Year Zero project was a really multimedia project that he put together through his music in the album. He brought out a Year Zero website, and for him it was like, right, okay, we cannot proceed to Trent Reznor has predicted so many things. The guy's an absolute fucking genius in so many ways. He's a prophet, right? But basically, he could see the rise of the right and fascism in the USA coming in with the Boy Bush regime after the double term of Clinton. And I'm going to show you some graphics from his graphic suite, which were amazing. So this one, Art is Resistance, with his subverting the Star-Spangled Banner there. Art is Action Without Violence. Again, a little play on the Star-Spangled Banner there with the socialist star there. And this is one of my favourite ones. Art is Resistance. There is one thing that the government wants you to forget. You have a voice. How are you going to use it? ? Speak the truth. You will be heard. Art is action without violence. Art changes hearts without breaking bodies. Here is one thing that the government wants you to forget. You can act. And from my activist, I'll send you those graphics, Matt, after this. From my activist background, or just, I think I was born an activist. I was probably kicking and screaming to get out the womb to begin with, like we all do. But as soon as I came into the world, I was kicking and screaming against the world, I think. And I've continued.
That's one of my favourite Libertines lyrics, like, the boy kicked back at the world kicked back a lot fucking harder. It's like, it's genius in it. Like, I fucking love that. Ishrat.
Yeah, Ishrat's lovely. I'll just go to Colin. You guys need help with anything, give me a shout. Yes, Colin. Ishrat. Ishrat is my beautiful Amiga friend of Indian ethnicity. Ishrat and I, we were talking earlier on. I took Ishrat to the Bjork gig. Ishrat's Scottish. We went to the Bjork gig and we were both crying at the Bjork gig, sitting next to one another. Thanks so much. Question for Brownbear. I have educating racist fatigue. She's drained from explaining and engaging with racists. Well, there's a part of me that wants change. I feel tired fighting it my whole life. How do I transform fatigue into faith for change? I'll pass it over to you, Matt.
I think for me, I have just always continued to educate myself and be ready and try and put it into, I don't know what you do obviously, but try and put it into art or expression. I try and tell positive stories and tackle these things within music and within our videos, and I always try to see other people's perspective. I try to keep faith that people can change, but take days to rest. Honestly, I'm the same. See, the last few weeks it's been really heavy. My mum, bless her, has been getting like racially abused at work, and it fucking sucks to see, especially when it's your parents. And I've been getting shit online, and it's just like, it's like you say, it's fatigue. But you just have to take a few days to rest. Like, go and do things you enjoy. Put music on. Remember what makes you like. Don't let the races absorb you into just being your race, because that's what they want. Like, you are Ayrshire, I'm Matt. Like, I'm not defined by my colour. Like, I'm proud of it, but I'm not defined by it. So, rest, educate, learn, and get ready to hit back, because like Laura said earlier, it's a lifelong thing. This is a lifelong battle, and it is shit, but you know what? We have to do it, because the same way that our ancestors and our parents fought so that we wouldn't have to endure it quite as bad. Like, see, compared to like what my mum went through when she was growing up, I don't think I'll ever experience that. Like, I've been called the worst words, but when my mum was a wee girl, people used to throw bananas at her in the street. You know what I mean? Like, it was fucking some really shit things happened to my mum's generation, and it's getting worse, but like, it's going to get better. And I think you just have to keep the faith and talk to other like-minded people. Like, sometimes when we're online and we're seeing the thing is, you have to remember, like, the bigots will shout loudest. A lot of normal people will just be going and listening and reading and learning. Talk to like-minded people. Don't let the ones shouting loudest get you down, because they are still the minority. I do believe that most people are good and most people are progressive. And
Agreed.
Fuck, man, like, hit me up anytime. Like, just fucking whatever. Like, just make new friends. Surround yourself with people, who want and respect you as a person. They want you to be able to be yourself. And this is the biggest thing I think I've learned in life, is the core thing about humanity is we all want to know who we are, and that's the hardest thing in life, is to figure out who you are and where your place is in the world. And I truly believe the reason, to me, people who are transgender are almost the most amazing people on the planet, because they've been able to understand that they've been born into the wrong body, perhaps. Like, they've been born into the wrong gender, and they were born a man, but they know that they're a woman and become it. And I think the reason they garner so much hate is jealousy, because people see them being able to be themselves and be so proud, and it's fucking terrifying, because they have spent their whole life not knowing who they are. And for me, I think that's the same with racism. They see your pride and your culture, and they live, especially in Britain, when a lot of British people have lost what they feel is their culture, but they don't really know what they mean by that. And instead of trying to figure it out, they just fucking hate you because it's easier.
Yeah. I will just agree with everything that Matt said there, Ayrshire. Hope you can take some wisdom and some action, some solace and some comfort from that. There's just two things I'm going to add to that. One Matt pretty much already said, and I've got a nice wee graphic here lined up for it. You need to take the time out and do more of what makes you happy. And then just to follow up on that, Uncle Bill's spirit. Another one of my favourite quotes of Bill Hicks is, "What business is it of yours what I do, read, buy, see, or take into my body, as long as I do not harm another human being on this planet?" And for those who are having a little moral dilemma in your head about how to answer that question, I'll answer it for you. None of your fucking business. We like using the C word here in Scotland, and it's not just a pejorative. It can be used across the full spectrum of from bad to good, which really surprised my aunt down in Liverpool, and she told me off for it. But just be a sound cunt. Just be a nice and good person. Go out your way to be nice and good to other people. That's a nice easy thing that we can all do. But definitely, Ishra, I know like we had a chat and you were emotional and understandably so. I know that you've been very drained throughout this whole Black Lives Matter campaign, and it has been a lifelong battle for you dealing with it, as it has for Matt and everybody else who's had to deal with it as well. So just please remember to take that time out for yourself, Ishra, and just do more of what makes you happy. If we could go and watch Bjork again in the Hydro and sit next to one another and cry, I would love to do that tomorrow. That's not an option right now. So just whatever, do more of what makes you happy. And we're about 45 seconds away from the 4 hour mark.
We did it. Rooney's going to be raging.
How long was theirs again?
I think it was 3.5 hours.
It wasn't a challenge, but I mean, we'll let it go just over the 4 hour mark. We've got 25 seconds. I would like to thank everybody. If there's people still here from the beginning right through to the end here, thank you very much. Just a couple of things I'm going to share again before we go. So I just want you to, if I share your website, is all your social media from there anyway?
Yeah, it should be, but it's just Brownbear, all is one word, Brownbear Official for Facebook, Twitter at Brownbear Band, and Instagram's Brownbear_official. Hold on, sorry, I just started to play a video there. Brilliant, yeah, there. So Matt's telling us what's what. I've just given Matt's website a share. If you're still here, I'm just going to share Matt's brilliant ukulele version of covers that he did with Sabrina and Wendy for the 23 podcast show in the real world in the Barrowland Ballroom last spring sometime, I think it was. I'm going to give that a share in the comments as well. If you haven't liked the 23 Universe YouTube channel, please give that a wee like. I'm going to be back tomorrow night with 3 amazing musicians and one of my favourite bands in the world. Big Andy, Austin and William from Miracle Glass Company. They believe in the power of rock and roll. We believe in the power of rock and roll. A few more comments just to see us out here. Patsy was saying Nako and Medicine for the People, great band to listen to. Nako Bear is a great songwriter on World Issues. Patsy, I have been checking him out on your recommendation and I do think he's great. I love what he's doing. Colin, thanks for tonight. So refreshing coming across like-minded people. Colin, likewise, mate, for yourself. Do more of what makes you happy. If that's like tending to the garden, you are a gardener. Tending to the garden that you can reach, that's your local community right now. And if you guys can get together and get a team around you and investigate the logistics of creating a community-led event that is the only legal, safe and workable way to bring music back to your area. If the department, if government ministers believe that people need football to lift their morale, then more people need music to lift their morale right now across the board. It will be such an amazing thing for everybody to get involved in. Donna says that's a record. It's not bet my 6 hours with wee Mandy for Bomb Scare and Katie Tunstall. Ishra, much appreciated. Wise words from you both. Time out for self-reflection and recharge. It's power to keep keeping on. Much love for our parents for paving the way. They are my heroes. Brownbear, I grew up in Wishaw in the racist 80s. Good training ground for this journey. Much love to you both. Namaste, Ishra, thank you. Who else have we got here? Petra Jolly, thoroughly enjoyed the show. I've subscribed to you both. Thank you, Petra. Thank you.
Hopefully see you again sometime, Petra, sometime soon. Donna will be back for the Sunday sessions, or she's asking, will it be at 12?
It will, of course.
Johnny Sloan finished with a couple of moves, David. There we go. That's your moves. Ishra, happiness is an inside job and I'm super busy in lockdown. Thanks for the reminder, David. Yes, we need that. Colin's up for the challenge. take up the mantle. Thank you for the amazing chat. Thank you, Laura, in Seattle. I hope you are well and safe and your local community are the same. Matthew, any final words from yourself, mate?
Oh, just thanks for listening and thanks for having me. And I'll see you after lockdown, I suppose.
Yeah, we definitely somehow, somewhere, sometime need to make a Rock Against Racism gig happen, mate.
Oh, 100%.
I'm all 100%. For that. I'm all for that. Okay, so everybody, thank you and good night. If you're back again in the 24 University at 9 p.m. tomorrow night with Miracle Glass Company. But in the meantime, thank you. Good night. Look after yourselves.
Bye.
Bye.